Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the attic door always sticks. You have to yank it twice before it gives. I hadn't been up there in months, but that morning it hung open by an inch. The draft carried something with it, a smell like rust and old fabric. I climbed up slowly, heart pounding. The boxes were all where I left them, but on the floor in the dust were two parallel trails, like knees dragging. They led to the far corner where the insulation was peeled back. I didn't look behind it. I should have called someone, the police maybe, but what would I say? That my attic door was open and there were marks in the dust. They'd think I was paranoid. Instead, I closed the door and went to work, pretending everything was normal. But my hands shook as I poured my coffee, and I kept glancing at the ceiling throughout the day. My neighbor had given me a key to her house before she disappeared. That was 3 weeks ago. The police said she probably went to visit family, that adults have the right to leave without telling anyone, but she hadn't taken her car. Her purse was still on the kitchen counter, untouched. Her phone lay on the nightstand, battery dead. I'd been feeding her cat since then. That's how I noticed things others might have missed. The kitchen window that was always locked now opened easily. The spare bedroom that reeked of bleach, though she never used harsh chemicals, and those same parallel marks in the carpet leading from the living room to the basement door. The detective assigned to her case had kind eyes but tired shoulders. He listened when I explained about the attic, about the marks, about the smell that reminded me of something I couldn't quite place. He took notes, nodded appropriately, but I could see the skepticism behind his professional mask. Missing persons cases like this one rarely got solved unless there was obvious foul play or a body turned up. I started visiting her house daily, telling myself I was just checking on the cat, but really I was looking for something the police had missed. Her diary sat in plain sight on the coffee table, filled with mundane entries about grocery lists and doctor appointments, nothing that screamed danger or fear. Yet between the ordinary words, I began to notice patterns. She mentioned headaches that started around the same time each day, sounds in the walls that the landlord insisted were just settling pipes. A man who'd been walking his dog past her house every morning, always staring up at her bedroom window. These details meant nothing individually, but together they painted a picture of someone who felt watched, hunted. The cat kept disappearing into the basement. When I followed, I found scratches on the concrete wall that looked fresh, deep gouges that required strength and determination to make. In the corner, behind the water heater, I discovered a small hole that led to the crawl space beneath the neighboring house. My house. That's when I understood the smell in my attic. It wasn't rust and old fabric. It was fear and something else, something organic and wrong. The parallel marks weren't from boxes being dragged or repairs being made. They were from someone crawling, staying low, moving between spaces that shouldn't connect. I called the detective again. This time my voice cracked when I spoke. I told him about the tunnel, about the marks, about the way my neighbor's house and mine seemed to be connected in ways that made my skin crawl. He said he'd send someone to check it out, but his tone suggested this was more about humoring me than genuine investigation. The officer who came was young, thorough, and clearly skeptical. He examined the scratches, measured the tunnel, took photographs of everything I showed him. But when he emerged from the crawl space, his expression had changed. He'd found something back there, clothing that didn't belong to me, personal items that I'd never seen before, and a journal that made my blood run cold. The entries were in my neighbor's handwriting, but they described things from my perspective. My daily routine, my work schedule, the way I left my bedroom window cracked open during warm nights. She'd been watching me long before she disappeared, but the final entries suggested she wasn't alone in her surveillance. Someone else had been watching both of us. The detective returned with a search warrant and a team. They found more tunnels, a network that connected several houses in the neighborhood, hidden cameras in places where privacy should have been absolute, recordings of conversations, movements, intimate moments that were never meant to be observed. My neighbor hadn't been a victim, she'd been a participant. But then they found the blood, not much, just spots on insulation that had been carefully cleaned but not replaced. DNA testing would take weeks, but the pattern suggested violence, struggle, someone trying to hide evidence. The investigation shifted from missing person to potential homicide. I moved out while they worked, stayed in a hotel, and tried to process what I'd learned. My neighbor, the woman I'd worried about, had been violating my privacy for months, but someone had been violating hers too. The question that haunted me was whether her disappearance was punishment for her voyeurism or the natural progression of whatever sick game was being played. The DNA results came back inconclusive. The blood was too degraded to provide useful information. No body was ever found. The tunnels were sealed, the cameras removed, but the feeling of being watched never completely went away. I sold the house and moved across the country, but sometimes I still wake up thinking I hear footsteps in spaces above my head. The case officially remains open, though no active investigation continues. My neighbor is still missing. The person who built those tunnels was never identified. Sometimes I wonder if she's alive somewhere, watching someone else, or if she became a victim of her own twisted curiosity. Other times, I wonder if the person who was watching her is now watching me. The most disturbing thought comes in quiet moments when I'm alone. What if the blood in the attic wasn't hers? What if those parallel drag marks weren't from her being taken away, but from her moving something else, someone else, through those hidden spaces? What if the person who disappeared wasn't the victim at all, but the one who'd been caught doing something unforgivable? I'll never know the truth. The investigation stalled, evidence disappeared, and the detective retired without solving the case. But every house I've lived in since, I checked the attic first. I examine every wall for scratches, every floor for unusual marks, because once you know how easy it is for spaces to connect in ways they shouldn't, you can never feel truly safe behind locked doors again. The attic door in my current home sticks too. I have to pull it twice before it opens, but I check it every single day because the thing about hidden spaces is that once someone knows they exist, they never really stop existing. They just wait, patient and dark, for someone else to discover them. Crime 2, I buy the same kind every time. Unscented, white, rectangular. But this bar in the shower was pale green, carved into a rounded shape like someone had used it for days. The scent was overwhelming, floral, unfamiliar. I touched it once and it slipped from my hand like it was oily. I checked under the sink. All my spares were still there, untouched. I don't know where this one came from. And that night, the drains started gurgling again. The property manager avoided my calls for 3 days. When she finally answered, her voice had that careful tone people use when they're measuring every word. She insisted the maintenance crew hadn't been inside my apartment. The last entry was recorded weeks ago for a routine inspection, but someone had been here. Someone who used that soap, who stood where I stand every morning, who breathed the same steam I breathe. I found myself checking the locks obsessively. The deadbolt still turned with the same resistance it always had. The chain hung straight, undisturbed. The windows remained painted shut from years of neglect, yet that soap sat there like evidence of an impossible intrusion. I wrapped it in a towel and placed it in the kitchen drawer, but the floral scent lingered in the bathroom for days. The building's security cameras hadn't worked in months. The landlord mentioned this casually when I pressed him about the footage, like it was common knowledge. The hallway felt different now when I walked through it. I studied the other apartment doors, wondering which one might hold answers. The woman across the hall had moved out suddenly the week before. Her apartment sat empty, but sometimes I heard water running through the thin walls. I started documenting everything. The soap's exact dimensions, the way it had been placed on the shower ledge, the chemical smell that seemed to cling to my towels. I photographed the drain where dark stains had appeared in a perfect circle, as if something had been dissolved there repeatedly. The maintenance request I filed disappeared from the online system. When I called to follow up, they claimed no record of my complaint existed. My neighbor downstairs mentioned seeing someone in the hallway late one evening. A person in work clothes carrying cleaning supplies, moving quietly between floors. She assumed they belonged there. Everyone assumes someone belongs somewhere until they don't. I asked her to describe this person, but her details were frustratingly vague. Average height, dark clothing, purposeful movements. Someone who knew exactly where they were going. The more I investigated, the more questions multiplied. I discovered my apartment had been vacant for nearly a year before I moved in. The previous tenant had left suddenly, abandoning most of their belongings. The landlord claimed they'd disposed of everything, but when I pressed him about what they'd found, his answers became evasive. Personal items, he said, nothing unusual, nothing worth keeping. I requested copies of all maintenance records for the building. The response came back incomplete, with several months of entries missing entirely. When I pointed this out, the property management company blamed a computer system upgrade that had corrupted older files. Convenient timing. I wondered what those missing entries might have revealed about who had access to my apartment and when. The floral soap haunted my thoughts. I visited every store in the neighborhood, examining their selections. Finally, I found a match in a small pharmacy 3 blocks away. The clerk remembered selling that exact brand recently. A customer had bought several bars, paying cash. They couldn't recall much about the person except that they'd seemed nervous, checking over their shoulder repeatedly while making the purchase. I began spending hours studying the faces of people in my building. Was it the maintenance worker who always appeared when I wasn't expecting him? The cleaning lady who had keys to every apartment? Someone had intimate knowledge of my routine, my habits, my absence patterns. Someone knew exactly when they could enter undetected and leave behind that single, unsettling piece of evidence. The drain continued its irregular gurgling, usually during the quiet hours before dawn. I started recording the sounds with my phone, playing them back to detect patterns. Sometimes the noise was rhythmic, like liquid flowing in measured amounts. Other times it was erratic, desperate, as if something was struggling to pass through pipes never designed for whatever was being forced down them. I hired a plumber to inspect the drainage system. He found residue in the pipes, traces of chemicals that weren't consistent with normal household use. When I asked what kind of chemicals, he wouldn't specify. Professional discretion, he claimed, but his eyes told a different story. He'd seen this before in places where people needed to dissolve things that weren't meant to be dissolved. The investigation consumed me. I mapped the building's layout, identifying every possible entry point. I researched the backgrounds of everyone with authorized access. I installed motion sensors and tiny cameras, creating my own surveillance network. But the more evidence I gathered, the more I realized how little I actually knew about what had happened in my apartment before I arrived. Late one evening, while reviewing security footage from my hidden cameras, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. A shadow moving past my bathroom door during hours when I was certain I'd been asleep. The timestamp showed it was recent, just 2 nights ago. Someone was still coming here. Someone who moved through my space like they owned it, leaving traces of themselves behind. The next morning I found another bar of soap. This one was different, lavender scented, partially used, placed deliberately on my kitchen counter. Whoever was doing this wanted me to know they could access any room anytime they chose. They were no longer trying to hide their presence. They were announcing it. I packed essentials and checked into a hotel that night. But as I lay in the unfamiliar bed, staring at the ceiling, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was running from the wrong thing. The soap wasn't just evidence of an intruder. It was evidence of something that had been happening long before I moved in. Something that my presence had interrupted, not initiated. The building held secrets in its pipes, its walls, its carefully maintained maintenance records. Someone had used my apartment for purposes I was only beginning to understand, and now that I was asking questions, leaving wasn't going to make the problem disappear. It was going to make me disappear. I returned the next morning to find the lavender soap exactly where I'd left it, untouched, waiting. Like everything else in this place, it was patient. It could wait as long as necessary for me to understand what I'd stumbled into and what it was going to cost me to walk away. Crime 3, the faucet was dripping, which annoyed me. I leaned in to tighten it and saw them wet, clumped feathers in the basin, gray, small, like from a pigeon maybe. There were no open windows, no blood, no bird, just feathers sticking to the porcelain like they'd been pressed there. I reached in to scoop them out, and my fingers brushed something soft that moved. I pulled my hand back. The drain made a low, choking sound and then stopped. I stood there staring at the sink. The apartment felt different, smaller. The silence pressed against my eardrums. I'd been living here for 3 months, ever since my neighbor moved out, ever since she disappeared. The police had knocked on my door twice. Standard procedure, they said. When someone vanishes from a building, you talk to everyone. I told them what I knew. She was quiet, kept to herself. Sometimes I heard her television through the thin walls. Sometimes I heard her crying. I never mentioned the key. She'd given it to me during one of our brief hallway conversations. In case something happens, she'd said, pressing the cold metal into my palm. Her fingers were ice. You seem like someone who pays attention. I'd forgotten about the key until the feathers appeared. I pulled it from my kitchen drawer and held it up to the light, brass, worn smooth at the edges. It felt heavier than it should have. The apartment next door had been sealed with police tape for weeks, but the tape was gone now. The investigation had stalled. No leads, no body, no crime scene. I walked to her door and listened. Nothing. The key slid in easily. The apartment was exactly like mine, but reversed. Same layout, same cheap fixtures, same thin walls, but the air tasted different, metallic, sweet, like pennies left in the rain. Her kitchen sink was clean, too clean, the kind of clean that happens when someone scrubs away evidence. I ran my finger along the rim and felt the rough texture of dried bleach. In the corner of the basin, caught between the porcelain and the drain, was a single gray feather. I opened her refrigerator, empty except for a carton of milk expired weeks ago and a small glass jar filled with what looked like water. I lifted the jar and held it to the light. The liquid was clear, but when I tilted it, tiny fragments floated to the surface, like ash, like bone dust. The living room was sparse, a couch, a television, a coffee table with perfect circles where glasses had been placed, but no personal items, no photographs, no books, nothing that suggested someone had actually lived here. I checked the bedroom. The bed was made with hospital corners. The closet was empty except for wire hangers and the faint scent of lavender. I knelt and ran my hand under the bed. My fingers found something small and hard, a button, plastic. the kind you'd find on a child's coat. I sat on the bed and stared at the button. It was yellow with a small crack down the middle. I'd seen it before, not here, somewhere else. The memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water. Back in my own apartment, I made coffee and sat at my kitchen table. I could hear the dripping faucet from the bathroom. The sound was rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat. I thought about the feathers, about the button, about the way she looked at me when she handed over the key. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through local news articles. Missing person reports, cold cases, unsolved disappearances. There were more than I expected. Women, always alone, always without a trace. One article caught my attention. A woman had vanished from her apartment building 6 months ago. Different neighborhood, but the details were eerily similar. No signs of struggle, no witnesses, no leads. The only unusual detail mentioned was that neighbors had reported finding bird feathers in unexpected places around the building. I read the article 3 times. The woman's name was redacted, but her age was listed. 28, same as my neighbor, same as me. I called the detective mentioned in the article. He answered on the 3rd ring. I might have information about the missing woman, I said. Which one? The question hung in the air between us. I told him about the feathers, about the key, about the apartment next door. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Can you meet me tomorrow morning? He asked. There's something you need to see. The next morning, I waited outside a coffee shop in the center of town. The detective was younger than I expected, with tired eyes and hands that shook slightly when he lifted his cup. He spread 3 files across the table between us. 7 women, he said, 7 apartments, 7 disappearances, all within the past 2 years. He opened the first file. Crime scene photos, an empty apartment, a clean kitchen, a sink with a single gray feather caught in the drain. We thought it was coincidence at first, he continued, but the pattern is too consistent. Someone is targeting women who live alone, someone who has access to their apartments, someone they trust. I stared at the photos. The apartments looked identical to mine, to hers. Same layout, same fixtures, same thin walls. What about the feathers? I asked. We think they're a signature, a calling card. The perpetrator leaves them as a message. What kind of message? The detective closed the file. That's what we're trying to figure out. I walked home through empty streets, my mind racing. 7 women, 7 apartments, 7 keys. I thought about the button in my pocket, about the jar of liquid in her refrigerator, about the way she'd looked at me when she pressed the key into my palm. At home, I sat at my kitchen table and stared at the wall that separated my apartment from hers. The wall was thin enough that I could hear everything, her television, her crying, her visitors. I'd never mention the visitors to the police. They came late at night, usually after midnight. I'd hear the door open and close, footsteps, muffled voices, sometimes laughter, sometimes silence that lasted for hours. I'd assumed they were friends, lovers, people who belonged in her life. But what if they weren't? I pressed my ear to the wall. Nothing. The apartment next door was empty, had been empty for weeks, but as I listened, I heard something that made my blood freeze. The sound of running water. I grabbed the key and ran to her door. It was unlocked. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The metallic smell was stronger now, mixed with something else, something organic, something rotting. The kitchen faucet was running. The sink was full of feathers, gray feathers floating in pink water. I turned off the tap and the silence that followed was deafening. On the counter, arranged in a perfect line, were 7 keys. 7 brass keys, each one worn smooth at the edges, each one identical to the one she'd given me. I picked up the first key and held it to the light. It felt heavy, familiar, like something I'd carried before. The truth hit me like a physical blow. I knew where I'd seen the yellow button. I knew why the apartments looked identical. I knew why she'd given me the key. I was not the investigator in this story. I was the pattern. I walked to my bathroom and stared at myself in the mirror. My reflection looked back, but something was wrong. My eyes were too bright, my smile too wide, my hands too steady. I turned on the faucet and watched the water flow into the basin. It was clear at first, then tinged with pink. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a handful of gray feathers. They felt soft between my fingers, familiar. I let them fall into the water and watched them sink. The apartment was quiet now, too quiet. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, steady and strong. I could hear the sound of my own breathing, calm and controlled. I could hear the dripping faucet from the next apartment. Someone else had moved in. Crime 4, I was watching a movie, something boring in the background. When I got up to grab something, the screen flickered. I didn't think much of it, but then I said something aloud to no one in particular, and the image cut out completely, just static. I sat down, it came back. I stayed silent, barely breathing. The moment I whispered another word, it happened again. Same glitch, same hiss. Except this time I could have sworn I heard someone whispering back beneath the noise. That was 3 weeks ago. I should have left it alone. The television belonged to my grandmother. She'd lived in that cramped apartment for decades before she passed, and I'd inherited most of her belongings. The set was ancient, with wood paneling and silver knobs that clicked when you turned them. I'd kept it mostly for nostalgia, not expecting to use it much, but something about that first incident bothered me. The timing felt too precise, too connected to my voice. I started testing it deliberately, short phrases at first, then longer sentences. Every single time, the static would surge exactly when I spoke. The pattern was undeniable, but televisions don't work that way. Electronics don't respond to human voices unless they're designed to, and this old thing predated any kind of voice activation technology by decades. I called the building superintendent. He'd known my grandmother well, had helped her with repairs over the years. When I described what was happening, his expression shifted in a way that made my stomach tighten. She mentioned something like that, he said, avoiding my eyes. Near the end, said the TV was acting strange. We figured it was just her mind going, old age. But my grandmother's mind had been sharp until the very end. She'd been the one to balance her own checkbook, remember everyone's birthdays, catch mistakes in her medical bills that even the doctors missed. The idea that she'd been confused about something so specific didn't sit right with me. I went through her things more carefully. In a shoebox tucked behind winter coats, I found a collection of audio cassettes labeled with dates spanning the last 2 years of her life. The handwriting was shaky but determined, each label marked with meticulous precision. I hadn't seen a cassette player in years, but I managed to find one at a second-hand store. The first tape started with her voice, thin but clear. It happened again today. I was telling the neighbor about the groceries and the screen went white. When I stopped talking, it came back, but there was something else. A sound underneath, like breathing. My skin prickled. She'd been documenting the same phenomenon I was experiencing. I know how this sounds. I know what people think when old women start claiming strange things, but I'm not imagining this. Something is listening. The recordings went on for hours. She documented every incident, every pattern she'd noticed. The static only occurred when she spoke directly to someone who wasn't there, never during phone conversations or when talking to visitors. It was as if the television could distinguish between real communication and something else entirely. On the seventh tape, her voice became urgent. I found the receipt today, hidden in his jacket pocket in the closet, the one the police never searched properly. It's from that store, the one near where they found her. Same date, same exact date she disappeared. I stopped the tape. My hands were shaking. My grandmother had never mentioned any investigation to me, never talked about anyone disappearing. But as I listened to more recordings, pieces began forming a picture I wasn't prepared to see. She'd been convinced that someone she knew, someone she trusted, had been involved in a woman's death. Someone who'd had access to her apartment, who'd visited regularly, who'd known about her habits and routines. The superintendent. I rewound and listened again. She never said his name directly, but the details matched. The man who'd helped her with repairs, who'd had keys to her apartment, who'd known she lived alone. The man who'd dismissed her concerns about the television as the confused ramblings of an elderly woman. The receipt she'd mentioned was tucked inside the final cassette case, faded but legible, dated from 3 years ago, a purchase for rope, plastic sheeting, and cleaning supplies, the kind of items that could have an innocent explanation or something much darker. I looked up missing persons reports from that period. There had been a case. A woman who'd vanished while jogging, found weeks later in a remote area. The investigation had gone cold. No suspects, no lights, no resolution. But sitting in my grandmother's chair, listening to her voice describe her growing suspicions, I understood why the television responded to speech the way it did. It wasn't responding to voices at all. It was responding to truth, to admissions, to words spoken aloud that someone desperately didn't want heard. My grandmother had figured it out. She'd realized that the apartment had been used, that evidence had been stored there, that the very walls had absorbed secrets that were never meant to see light. The television, with its old electronics and vulnerable circuitry, had somehow become a conduit for detecting those moments when reality aligned with spoken word. I tested my theory. I sat in front of the screen and spoke about ordinary things. The picture remained stable. But when I said aloud what I truly suspected about the superintendent, about what might have happened in this apartment, about the woman who disappeared, the static erupted immediately. The next morning I found a note slipped under my door, simple block letters on plain paper. Stop digging. I haven't heard from the superintendent since. He doesn't answer calls, doesn't respond to maintenance requests. The building manager claims he took sudden leave, family emergency, no return date scheduled, but his tools are still in the basement storage room. His coffee mug still sits on the windowsill of the lobby office. His keys are missing from the master ring. I keep my grandmother's cassette player running now, recording everything. When I speak the truth aloud about suspicions I can't prove, connections I can't verify, evidence that exists only in the form of a receipt and an old woman's careful documentation, the television confirms it with that burst of static, as if the apartment itself is bearing witness. But I still don't know what to do with what I've learned. The police would need more than recordings and theories. The case has been closed for years. The woman who disappeared has been buried and forgotten by everyone except perhaps my grandmother and now me. Sometimes I wonder if the superintendent is still watching, if he knows I've found the tapes, read between the lines of my grandmother's careful observations, understood the significance of that receipt. If he's waiting for me to make the same mistake she made, speaking too much truth in a place where silence might have kept her safer. The television still responds to my voice, still cuts to static when I voice what I suspect but cannot prove. And in that white noise, I sometimes think I can hear something else, not breathing this time, something that sounds almost like gratitude, as if someone is finally listening to what my grandmother tried so hard to document. But I'm not sure if continuing her work is justice or just another way of becoming the next person who knows too much about things that were supposed to stay buried. The truth has a way of making itself known, even through old electronics and static interference. The question is whether I'm brave enough to let it speak, or wise enough to know when silence might be the only thing standing between discovery and disappearance. The receipt is still in my possession. The tapes are hidden where no one would think to look, and every evening I sit in my grandmother's chair, testing the boundaries of what I'm willing to say aloud, watching that old television flicker between truth and static, wondering if I'm the next one whose voice will be reduced to whispers beneath white noise. Crime 5, I hadn't opened the garage in days. I barely use it anymore. But when I pushed the door open, the air hit me like a wall, warm and metallic. It smelled like raw meat, thick and sour. I expected to find something dead. Instead, everything was neat, tools in place, no stains, no trash. But in the far corner behind the water heater, the concrete looked darker, like it had been scrubbed hard. And someone had left a plastic grocery bag tied shut and wedged behind the paint cans. I stood there for what felt like forever, staring at that bag. My neighbor had asked me to check on his place while he was away. Simple favor. Water the plants, grab the mail, make sure everything looked normal. But nothing about this felt normal. The bag was small, the kind you get from convenience stores. It had weight to it when I pulled it out, and the plastic had condensation beaded on the inside. My hands were shaking as I untied the knot. Inside, wrapped in paper towels, were pieces of what looked like raw chicken. But the smell was wrong, too strong, too human. I set the bag down and stepped back. The garage suddenly felt smaller, the walls pressing in. I noticed other things then. A garden hose coiled too perfectly, a bucket positioned just so. The concrete wasn't just darker in one spot, there was a faint outline, like someone had tried to wash away something that had spread. My neighbor had lived next door for 3 years. Quiet guy, kept to himself. We'd wave, maybe chat about the weather. He worked construction, I think. Always had tools and equipment around. I'd seen him washing his truck late at night sometimes, but that seemed normal enough. I called him. The phone rang and rang before going to voicemail. His voice sounded different on the recording, nervous, maybe guilty. I hung up and tried again. Nothing. Back inside his house, I looked around with new eyes. The kitchen was spotless, but there was bleach in the air, strong bleach, the kind of clean that tries too hard. I opened the refrigerator and found it nearly empty, just condiments and a few beers. But in the freezer, wrapped in foil and plastic bags, were packages I couldn't identify. They looked like meat, but the shape was wrong. I closed the freezer and walked to the bathroom. The tub was white, too white, like it had been scrubbed with industrial cleaner. The drain had been recently snaked. I could see the marks on the metal. There were new tiles around the edges, the grout still fresh. In his bedroom, I found newspaper clippings tucked inside a book. Missing person reports, 3 different people over the past year, all from the area, all last seen walking alone. The papers were dog-eared, read multiple times. Some passages were highlighted in yellow marker. The phone rang. I jumped, heart hammering. It was him. "Hey, thanks for checking on the place," he said. His voice was steady, but I could hear something underneath. A tension. Everything look okay? "Yeah," I said, though my mouth was dry. "Everything's fine." "Good, I appreciate it. I'll be back in a few days." "Where are you again?" A pause. Family emergency. Had to leave suddenly. I looked at the newspaper clippings spread across his bed. I hope everything works out. "It will, thanks again." The line went dead. I stood in his house, surrounded by the evidence of something I couldn't quite name. The meat in the garage, the too clean surfaces, the missing person reports. It all formed a picture I didn't want to see. But what could I prove? What could I really say? That my neighbor's garage smelled like meat, that he kept newspaper clippings, that his bathroom was too clean. I put everything back where I found it, the clippings in the book, the bag in the garage. I watered his plants and collected his mail like nothing had happened. But that night I barely slept. Every sound from next door made me sit up and listen. He came back on a Tuesday. I watched from my window as he pulled into his driveway, unloaded a few bags from his truck. He waved when he saw me, same friendly wave as always, but his smile seemed different now, wider, like he knew something I didn't. I never reported what I found. How could I? A bag of meat that might have been chicken, a clean garage, newspaper clippings that could belong to anyone. The police would have laughed me out of the station. But I know what I smelled in that garage. I know what I saw in that freezer. And I know that 3 people went missing, and my neighbor kept track of every detail. He still lives next door. We still wave. Sometimes he invites me over for barbecue, and I always make an excuse, because I can't stop thinking about that smell, that warm, metallic smell that wasn't quite right. And sometimes, late at night, I hear him in his garage, moving things around, the sound of water running, the scrape of tools on concrete. I tell myself I'm imagining things, that I let my mind run wild with suspicion and fear. But deep down I know the truth. I just don't know what to do with it. The bag is gone now. The garage doesn't smell anymore. But I can't forget that moment when I opened it and felt the weight of something terrible in my hands. The moment I realized my neighbor might not be who I thought he was. And the worst part, I'm not sure I want to know what really happened to those missing people, because some truths are too heavy to carry, some secrets are too dangerous to expose. So I live next door to a man who might be a killer, and every day I pretend everything is normal, because sometimes that's all you can do. Crime 6, the house was cold that morning, colder than usual. I stepped out of bed and winced at the chill, except for one spot near the dresser. A patch of carpet, maybe 2 feet across, was noticeably warm, not just warmer, radiating heat. I touched it with my palm. It pulsed. I moved the dresser, expecting to find a vent or pipe. There was nothing beneath it, just floor. But when I lifted the rug, I found a crack, thin hairline, and something beneath it was breathing. I should have called someone then, should have stepped back, walked away, done anything but what I did next. But I pressed my ear to the floor and listened. The breathing was shallow, rhythmic, human. The previous owner had been eager to sell. Too eager, my realtor had mentioned. A young woman who'd inherited the place from her grandmother. She'd accepted the first offer without negotiation. When I'd asked about the history of the house, she'd gone quiet. Said she'd never actually lived there, just visited as a child. Her eyes had shifted when she said it. I pried at the crack with a butter knife until it widened. The breathing stopped, then started again, faster now, panicked. My hands shook as I worked the blade deeper into the gap. The wood splintered, revealing a larger space beneath. Not a basement, something else, something that shouldn't exist. The smell hit me first, musty like old clothes left in damp boxes, but underneath that something sharper, chemical, cleaning supplies mixed with something organic that made my stomach turn. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and shone it into the opening. A face stared back at me. Pale, dirt-streaked, with eyes that held recognition, not fear, recognition, as if this person had been waiting for me specifically. The mouth opened, but no sound came out, just that steady, labored breathing. I stumbled backward, knocking over a lamp. The face disappeared into the darkness, but I could still hear movement below. Shuffling, scraping, someone trying to climb out. My phone felt foreign in my trembling hands. Who do you call when you find someone living beneath your floor? The police seemed like the obvious choice, but something held me back. Maybe it was the way those eyes had looked at me, not pleading for help, but warning me away. I crept back to the opening. The shuffling had stopped. I called down, my voice barely a whisper, asked if they were hurt, if they needed help. The silence stretched until I wondered if I'd imagined everything. Then a voice floated up, hoarse and barely audible. She said you'd come eventually. The previous owner's phone number was still in my contact list. She answered on the first ring as if she'd been expecting my call. When I told her what I'd found, she didn't sound surprised, didn't ask questions, just went quiet for a long stretch before speaking again. I was hoping they'd moved on by now. They, plural. She agreed to meet me at a coffee shop across town. When she arrived, she looked older than I remembered, tired in a way that went beyond physical exhaustion. She ordered nothing, just sat across from me, wringing her hands. Her grandmother, she explained, had been a different kind of person. Helpful to a fault, she'd said, always taking in strays, people who had nowhere else to go. The house had been full of them over the years. Drifters, addicts, people running from things they couldn't name. Her grandmother fed them, gave them a place to sleep, asked no questions. But some of them never left, she continued, her voice dropping. Even after she died, they stayed, made themselves at home in places you wouldn't think to look. I asked her about the space beneath the floor. When had that been built? Who had access to it? She claimed not to know, but her eyes told a different story. There were things she wasn't telling me, things she didn't want to remember. Back at the house, I found more evidence of long-term habitation. Food missing from my refrigerator, items I'd assumed I'd simply forgotten to buy. Clothes moved in my closet, not by much, but enough that I noticed. The shower drain clogged with hair that wasn't mine. Someone had been living alongside me for weeks, maybe longer, and I'd attributed the signs to my own absent-mindedness. The opening in the floor had been covered when I returned, not with the original boards, but with something newer, fresher. Someone had made repairs while I was gone. I pried them up again, but the space below was empty now, just dirt and the lingering smell of human occupation. That night I heard them moving through the walls, soft footsteps in the crawl space above my bedroom, water running through pipes when I wasn't using any faucets. The house had its own ecosystem, its own rhythm that I was only beginning to understand. I started leaving food out, nothing obvious, just extra portions of whatever I was cooking placed near the opening. It disappeared by morning. Sometimes I'd find small tokens in return, a flower picked from my own garden, a photograph of a family I didn't recognize, a child's drawing of a house that looked suspiciously like mine. The previous owner stopped returning my calls. When I drove by her apartment, the mailbox was overflowing and no one answered the door. Her neighbors said she'd left suddenly, without giving notice to her landlord, just packed a bag and disappeared. I hired a contractor to examine the house more thoroughly. He found additional spaces I hadn't known existed, gaps between walls wide enough for a person to squeeze through, a false ceiling in the basement that concealed a larger room above. The house was honeycombed with hidden spaces, as if it had been designed for concealment. The contractor's report included photographs of what he'd found in those spaces. Makeshift beds fashioned from old blankets, canned goods stacked in corners, personal belongings that suggested multiple occupants over an extended period. But what disturbed me most were the notebooks, dozens of them filled with observations about the house's legitimate occupants over the years, schedules, habits, preferences, a meticulous record of every person who lived there, including detailed notes about me. I recognized my own handwriting in some of the entries, except I'd never written them. Someone had been practicing my signature, copying my grocery lists, forging my casual notes to myself. The imitation was nearly perfect, good enough to fool anyone who didn't know to look closely. The breathing beneath the floor has stopped now. The food I leave out remains untouched. The house feels empty in a way it never did before, even when I thought I was living alone. But sometimes, late at night, I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. Shadows that don't match any light source. Reflections in windows that show more people than should be there. I've been thinking about the previous owner's grandmother, about her habit of taking in strays, about the way some people can disappear completely while remaining exactly where they've always been. And I've been wondering if I'm the stray now, if I'm the one who was taken in, if the house was never really mine at all, but just another hiding place for someone who needed to disappear. The deed to the house sits in my filing cabinet, properly notarized and legally binding. But legal ownership and actual possession aren't always the same thing. Some claims run deeper than paperwork. Some residents have squatters' rights that predate any official document. I still live here, still pay the mortgage, still maintain the property, still consider it home. But I've stopped pretending I live alone, and I've stopped looking for whoever shares this space with me. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some truths are too uncomfortable to fully acknowledge. The carpet by the dresser is cold now, has been for weeks, but sometimes when I'm almost asleep, I can feel warmth spreading across the floor, feel the house breathing around me, feel the presence of others who have found their own way to belong somewhere, even if that belonging exists in the spaces between walls, in the gaps that official records don't recognize. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all any of us really need. A place to exist, even if no one acknowledges we're there. Crime 7, I don't remember doing it. That's the part that scares me. One of the kitchen cabinets had thick nails across the frame, 6 of them hammered in at uneven angles. The paint around them was chipped like it had been done fast. I stood there for a long time trying to recall when or why I'd sealed it. My toolbox was still out. The hammer had traces of white on the head. I pulled at one of the nails just to check. Something inside shifted and then tapped 3 times. The sound made my skin crawl. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. I'd been living in this house for 2 years. Every cabinet, every drawer, every corner was familiar, except for this one. The wood around the nails was darker, like it had been damp. The smell hit me when I leaned closer, metallic, with something sweet underneath. I knew that smell, I just couldn't place it. My phone buzzed, a text from my neighbor asking if I was okay. She'd heard hammering last night. I stared at the message. I had no memory of hammering anything. I'd gone to bed right after dinner, watched some television, fallen asleep on the couch. The usual routine. I checked my hands. My knuckles were scraped. A small cut on my thumb that I didn't remember getting. The kind of cut you get when you're working with tools and not paying attention. The cabinet door was solid oak heavy. The nails weren't just decorative, they were meant to keep something in or someone out. I ran my fingers along the edges, feeling for gaps. There were none. Whoever had done this knew what they were doing. I called in sick to work. I needed to understand what was happening in my own home. The first thing I did was check the security camera footage. I'd installed a system 6 months ago after some break-ins in the neighborhood. The camera in the kitchen should have caught everything. But when I pulled up the files, there was a gap, 4 hours missing from the night before. The system showed it had been manually disabled. I'm the only one with the password. I sat at my kitchen table, staring at that cabinet. The tapping had stopped, but I could still hear it in my head. 3 deliberate knocks, like someone trying to get attention. My next-door neighbor came by around midday. She brought coffee and that concerned look people get when they think you're losing it. She mentioned the hammering again, said it went on for a while, heavy, repetitive sounds, like someone building something. Or sealing something. I asked her if she'd seen anyone else around my house. She shook her head, but her eyes kept drifting to the cabinet. She could smell it too, that metallic sweetness that seemed to cling to the air. After she left, I went through my recent purchases. Credit card statements, receipts, anything that might explain the nails, the hammer marks, the missing time. There was a charge from a hardware store 3 days ago, $47. I had no memory of going there. The receipt was crumpled in my jeans pocket. Heavy-duty nails, a roll of plastic sheeting, industrial-strength cleaner. Items I would never buy together unless I was planning something specific. I drove to the hardware store. The clerk remembered me, said I'd seemed nervous, kept looking over my shoulder, asked twice about the return policy on the nails. He mentioned I'd been muttering to myself about keeping things contained. That's when I realized I wasn't investigating a crime. I was covering one up. The drive home felt longer than usual. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. The cut on my thumb had reopened, leaving small drops of blood on the gear shift. I tried to piece together what I might have done, but there were only fragments, images that felt like dreams. Back in the kitchen, I stood in front of the cabinet again. The smell was stronger now, or maybe I was just more aware of it. I pressed my ear against the wood and listened. Silence, but the kind of silence that feels full, heavy with something waiting. I found a crowbar in the garage. It took me 3 tries to work up the courage to use it. The first nail came out with a screech of metal against wood. The second was easier. By the time I removed the 4th nail, my hands were steady. The cabinet door opened with a soft click. Inside was a small digital recorder wrapped in plastic, the kind used for interviews, depositions, legal proceedings. The display showed it had been recording for 6 days. I hit play with trembling fingers. My own voice filled the kitchen. Calm, methodical, speaking to someone I couldn't hear, explaining why certain actions were necessary, why some secrets couldn't be allowed to surface, why some people asked too many questions. The recording was 18 hours long. I fast-forwarded through most of it, stopping randomly to listen. My voice discussing logistics, timing, cleanup procedures. Plans that sounded professional, well thought out, not the confused rambling of someone having a breakdown. Then I heard the other voice, faint pleading, a woman asking me to stop, asking me to think about what I was doing. Her voice got weaker as the recording went on. By the end, there was only my voice talking to silence. I recognized her voice, my coworker. The one who'd been asking questions about the missing expense reports, the one who'd stayed late to go through the files, the one who'd figured out what I'd been doing with the company funds. She'd confronted me 6 days ago. I remembered that conversation now. The way she'd looked at me when she laid out the evidence. The way she'd said she had to report it. The way she'd promised to give me a chance to explain first. I looked at the plastic sheeting receipt again. The industrial cleaner. The nails meant to keep something sealed. The recording was still playing. My voice, calm and patient, explaining to no one why I'd had to make this choice. Why her silence was the only solution. Why some problems required permanent solutions. I ejected the recorder and held it in my hands. Such a small device to contain such a large truth. The kind of truth that changes everything. The kind that means there's no going back. The metallic smell wasn't coming from the cabinet anymore. It was coming from the basement, where I'd moved her car 6 days ago, where I'd cleaned up the evidence with industrial strength cleaner, where I'd sealed her phone in a plastic bag and hidden it behind the water heater. I sat in my kitchen, listening to the silence. The cabinet door hung open, empty now except for the lingering smell of secrets. Outside, life continued as normal. People going to work, coming home, living their ordinary lives. I should have felt panic, should have felt guilt, should have felt something human. Instead, I felt relief. Finally, I knew what I'd done. Finally, the fragments made sense. The careful planning, the methodical execution, the professional cleanup. I wasn't losing my mind. I was just really good at hiding the truth from myself. The recorder sat on my kitchen table next to my coffee cup and the morning newspaper. 18 hours of confession to a crime I'd committed and forgotten. Or maybe I'd never forgotten. Maybe I'd just chosen not to remember. I picked up my phone to call the police. Then I put it down, picked it up again, put it down. The truth was digital now, contained in a device that could be destroyed, erased, buried deeper than any body. The kind of truth that only exists if someone chooses to let it exist. I looked at the cabinet still hanging open. It had kept one secret perfectly. Maybe it could keep another. The recorder fit easily in my jacket pocket, small enough to carry, light enough to forget. The kind of evidence that could disappear if someone really wanted it to. I closed the cabinet door and reached for my hammer. 6 nails had worked before. 6 nails would work again. Some secrets are worth keeping sealed. Crime 8, it was faint but distinct, a low hum rising into a whine almost like a voice. At first I thought it was the compressor acting up, but when I leaned in I realized the pattern was too specific. It sounded like someone repeating the same breath over and over through gritted teeth. I opened the door. Everything looked normal, except in the back corner behind the eggs something was leaking, not liquid. A smear dark and sticky in the shape of a handprint, but too small to be mine. I cleaned it with a paper towel, but the smell lingered, sweet and metallic like copper pennies left in the sun. The sound stopped when I closed the door, but I could still hear it in my head, that breathing pattern. I'd heard it before. My neighbor had moved out 3 weeks ago. No forwarding address, no goodbye, just gone. The apartment above mine sat empty now, but sometimes I heard footsteps. The landlord said it was settling, old building and all, but settling doesn't explain why the footsteps always stopped right above my kitchen. I started paying attention to things I'd ignored before. The way my apartment smelled different when I came home from work. Not bad, just different, like someone had been cooking something unfamiliar. Or the way certain items in my fridge seemed to migrate, the milk pushed to the back, the condiments rearranged, small changes I'd blamed on my own distracted mind. The handprint appeared again 2 days later, same spot, same size. This time I took a photo before cleaning it. Under the camera flash I could see ridges in the smear. fingerprint patterns but smaller than adult hands. The breathing sound was stronger now, more insistent. I recorded it on my phone, played it back. The pattern was rhythmic, almost like a coded message. I decided to visit the police station, not to file a report, but to ask casual questions. The desk sergeant recognized me from the neighborhood. I mentioned my former neighbor, described the sudden departure. He pulled up some records, said there had been a wellness check requested about a month ago. Anonymous tip. They'd knocked, gotten no answer, assumed she'd moved. But when I described her, his expression changed. Small woman, always carried a large purse, walked with a slight limp. He remembered her now. Said she'd come in once, months ago, asking about filing a missing person report, but she'd left before completing the paperwork. Seemed nervous, kept looking over her shoulder. I asked about the missing person she'd wanted to report. The sergeant couldn't share details, but he did mention it involved a child. A relative, he thought, someone who'd been staying with her temporarily. The pieces started connecting in ways I didn't want them to. The small handprint, the breathing sound that seemed too young, too desperate, the smell in my apartment that I now recognized as fear, sweet and metallic, like blood and sweat mixed together. I went back to my building and knocked on the superintendent's door, asked about the apartment above mine. He said it had been sealed since the tenant left, something about unpaid rent and property damage, but when I pressed for details, he became evasive. Said there had been complaints about noise, strange smells, but nothing concrete enough to investigate. I mentioned the handprint in my fridge. He stopped mid-sentence, asked me to describe it exactly. When I did, his face went pale. He said he'd found similar marks in the vacant apartment, on the bathroom mirror, the kitchen counter, even on the inside of the closet door, always at child height, always in that same dark, sticky substance. The breathing sound grew stronger over the following days. I started leaving my phone recording while I slept. The audio revealed something chilling. The sound wasn't coming from my fridge. It was coming from somewhere above it, from the apartment that was supposed to be empty. I convinced the superintendent to let me into the vacant unit. The smell hit me immediately. Not decay, but something worse. Fear so thick it seemed to coat the walls. In the kitchen, directly above where my fridge sat, there was a stain on the floor, dark, roughly circular, with smaller stains radiating outward, like someone had been hurt there and small hands had reached out for help. We found more handprints throughout the apartment, on the walls, the windows, inside the cabinets, all at the same height, all in that same dark substance. The superintendent called the police. I went back to my apartment and sat in the kitchen, listening to the sound from my fridge. The breathing was clearer now, desperate, scared, and underneath it, barely audible, something that might have been words, "Help me," over and over, "Help me." The police found nothing conclusive in the apartment above. The stains were too old to test properly. The former tenant's whereabouts remained unknown. The missing person report was never filed. The case, they said, was impossible to pursue without evidence of an actual crime. But I know what I heard, I know what I found, and I know that somewhere, someone is still breathing those same desperate breaths, still pressing small hands against surfaces that won't give way, still asking for help that might never come. The fridge is quiet now, the handprint stopped appearing, but sometimes in the middle of the night I hear footsteps above my kitchen, small, careful steps like someone trying not to be heard, and I wonder if I'm the only one who can hear them, or if there are others like me in buildings across the city, finding handprints in their refrigerators, hearing sounds that don't belong to the living. The truth is still up there in that empty apartment, in the silence that followed those desperate breaths, in the questions that no one wanted to ask and the answers that no one wanted to find. and I carry it with me now, this knowledge that some crimes are too small to matter, too quiet to hear, until it's too late to do anything but listen to the echoes they leave behind. Crime 9, I walk the same path through the hallway every day, step over the third board, it creaks, but today something felt off. The fifth board sounded different, hollow, new. I knelt down and pressed it with my knuckle. It gave slightly. I pulled it up. Beneath it wasn't insulation or wiring, just an empty space about the size of a shoebox lined with torn cloth. In the center was a single, dried-out glove. Inside it, curled up tight, was a tooth. The house had been mine for 3 years now. I knew every sound it made, every settling crack in winter, every expansion joint that popped during summer heat. This board was different. Fresh wood, different grain pattern. Someone had replaced it recently. I held the tooth up to the light streaming through the window, adult molar gold filling catching the afternoon sun. The glove was leather, expensive quality, size small, women's. The fabric lining the hollow space looked like it had been torn from something larger, maybe a dress or a blouse, dark blue with tiny white flowers. My neighbor had mentioned seeing workers at the house before I moved in. Renovation crew, she said, but this felt deliberate, hidden. The tooth wasn't loose. It had been wrapped carefully in tissue paper, placed inside the glove like a treasure someone wanted to preserve. I called the previous owner. The phone rang 6 times before a woman answered, voice cautious. I found something under the floorboards, I said, in the hallway. Silence stretched between us, then barely audible, what kind of something? A tooth in a glove. She hung up. I tried calling back. The number was disconnected. The next morning I went to the courthouse to look up property records. The house had changed hands 3 times in 2 years before I bought it. Each sale was fast, well below market value. The woman who sold it to me wasn't the original owner. She'd owned it for exactly 47 days. The records listed the first seller as someone who'd inherited the house from her sister. The sister had lived there for 15 years alone, no family visits recorded by neighbors. She died in the house. Natural causes, according to the death certificate, but there was an amended report filed later, noting inconsistencies in the initial examination. I spent the afternoon reading through local missing persons reports. 3 women had disappeared over the past 4 years. All in their 30s, all living alone, all reported missing by employers when they stopped showing up for work. The descriptions were vague, medium height, brown hair, last seen wearing everyday clothes. The kind of people who slipped through cracks because no one was looking hard enough. The glove bothered me most, too pristine for something that had been buried under floorboards. I took it to a leather goods store downtown. The clerk examined it carefully, turning it over in his weathered hands. High-end piece, he said, hand-stitched, custom work, see this marking here. He pointed to a tiny symbol embossed near the wrist. That's a maker's mark. Local craftsmen used to work about 20 minutes from here. Closed up shop maybe 2 years ago. The craftsman's workshop was still there, empty now, windows covered with brown paper. The landlord was reluctant to give me information, but he eventually provided a forwarding address. The craftsman had moved south, he said, left suddenly, didn't finish out his lease. I found the craftsman's new address through online searches. When I called, he sounded nervous, defensive. Yes, he remembered making custom gloves. No, he didn't keep detailed records. Too many orders to remember specifics. Did you ever make gloves for someone who lived in the house I'm calling about? I gave him the address. Another long pause. I don't remember addresses, just faces. What about a woman in her 30s, brown hair, might have been a regular customer? "I need to go," he said, and the line went dead. The tooth had been bothering me too. I wrapped it carefully and took it to a dental office, claiming I'd found it while gardening and was curious about its age. The dentist was intrigued, examining it under a bright light with magnifying tools. "This filling is maybe 5 years old," she said. "Good work, precise. The person who did this kept detailed records, I'd bet most of us do." She paused, studying the tooth more carefully. "There's something else. See this small chip here? That's from trauma, recent trauma. This tooth was extracted forcefully." I asked if she could tell me anything else. She shook her head, but handed me a business card. "If you're really curious about where this came from, you might want to talk to someone who handles forensic dental work. This isn't just an old tooth someone lost." The forensic dentist worked out of the medical examiner's office. She was professional, thorough, and immediately concerned when I showed her what I'd found. She took photographs, measurements, made notes I couldn't read. "Where exactly did you find this?" she asked. I told her about the floorboard, the glove, the fabric lining. She listened without interrupting, occasionally nodding. "This tooth was extracted post-mortem," she said finally. "The root structure shows signs of being removed after death. Someone took this intentionally. The question is why." She suggested I contact the police. I explained that I'd been hesitant because I wasn't sure if I was overreacting, reading too much into what might be coincidence. "This isn't coincidence," she said. "This is evidence." The detective who took my statement was thorough but skeptical. He examined the tooth, the glove, took photos of the hollow space under the floorboard. He asked about the previous owners, about anyone who might have had access to the house before I moved in. "We'll look into it," he said, "but honestly, without more context, this could be anything. Old dental work, costume jewelry, theatrical prop. People hide strange things in houses." 2 days later, he called me back. They'd contacted the previous owners. The woman who'd sold me the house claimed she'd never seen the items before. She suggested maybe the renovation crew had left them behind, some kind of prank or mistake. The renovation crew had been paid in cash. No formal contracts, no business license on file. The address they'd given was a vacant lot. I couldn't let it go. I started visiting the houses where the missing women had lived. The first one was now occupied by a young family who knew nothing about the previous tenant. The second was still empty, a "for rent" sign in the front yard. The third had been demolished. At the second house, I talked to neighbors. An elderly man remembered the woman who'd lived there. Quiet, he said, kept to herself. He'd noticed her car was gone one day and never came back. Landlord had cleared out her things, put them in storage. "She was missing her right glove," he said suddenly. "I remember because she asked me once if I'd seen it. Nice leather glove," she said, part of a set her grandmother had given her. She was upset about losing it. The storage unit was 40 minutes away. The facility manager was helpful once I explained I was trying to locate belongings of a missing person. The woman's possessions were still there, rent paid annually by someone who'd requested anonymity. Her belongings were ordinary: clothes, books, kitchen items, photographs, but in a small jewelry box I found the matching glove. Left hand, identical leather, same maker's mark. The photographs showed a woman with kind eyes and a careful smile. In several pictures, she was wearing the gloves. In one, she was standing in front of a house I recognized, the house where the craftsman's workshop had been. I took the matching glove to the police. The detective seemed more interested now, comparing the two gloves carefully. He asked me to walk him through everything I'd discovered, making notes as I talked. "We're going to need to excavate under your house," he said, "and we're going to need to take a much closer look at the other properties where these women lived." The excavation took 3 days. They found fabric fragments, more teeth, pieces of jewelry, items from all 3 missing women. The forensic team worked carefully, documenting everything, treating my hallway like the crime scene it had become. But they never found bodies, just traces, suggestions, evidence of presence, but not of what had happened or where the women had gone. The case is still open. The detective calls me occasionally with updates, but there's never much to report. They interviewed the craftsman, but he had alibis for the relevant periods. The renovation crew was never located. The woman who'd sold me the house moved out of state and stopped returning calls. I still live in the house. The floorboards have been replaced. The hallway looks normal now, but I find myself listening more carefully to the sounds the house makes, paying attention to which boards creak, which ones sound different. Sometimes I wonder if the person who hid those items is still around, watching to see if they'd be discovered. If they chose this house specifically, or if it was just convenient. If there are other houses, other floorboards, other hollow spaces waiting to be found. The forensic dentist told me that keeping teeth is uncommon, but not unheard of in certain types of cases. Trophies, she called them. Evidence of control. The careful way everything had been preserved suggested someone methodical, organized, proud of their work. I've started noticing things I hadn't before. The way certain neighbors avoid eye contact, how quickly some people change the subject when I mention the investigation. The fact that several houses on nearby streets have been renovated recently, all by crews that worked quickly and left no traces. The detective thinks the case might be connected to others in different jurisdictions. Similar disappearances, similar lack of evidence, similar patterns of property transfers after the fact. He's been in contact with investigators in other areas, sharing information, looking for connections. But so far, nothing definitive. Just more questions, more hollow spaces where answers should be. I keep the matching glove in a drawer now, evidence technically, but also a reminder that someone is still out there. Someone who knows exactly what happened to those women, someone who might be watching to see if anyone cares enough to keep looking. The tooth was just the beginning. Story 10, The Hidden Observer. The house stood silent and unassuming in the suburban neighborhood, its history buried beneath layers of faded siding and creaking floors. The Mercer family had been drawn to its character, its promise of a new beginning. But as they uncovered the hidden door beneath the old carpet, a sense of unease crept in. With a heavy, rusted handle, the door led them into a basement that defied all expectations. A single light bulb swayed above a solitary chair, casting eerie shadows on the walls lined with photographs, familiar faces captured in intimate moments, taken from within the confines of their own home. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and stale memories. The forensic team worked diligently to document the basement, each photograph telling a story of intrusion and violation. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling pattern emerged. Previous owners had come and gone, each unaware of the hidden room beneath their feet. The basement had been a secret sanctuary for Edward Kelvin, the house's elusive builder, who had vanished into its walls, becoming a spectral observer of the families who unknowingly shared his space. Kelvin's meticulous surveillance network was unearthed, a complex web of hidden passages and monitoring stations designed to capture every moment of his tenants' lives. His delusions painted them as characters in his private theater, his guardianship twisted into a perverse form of ownership. The trial revealed the extent of Kelvin's obsession, the house itself a tool for his voyeuristic tendencies. As the structure was demolished and the ground filled, the families who had called it home were left haunted by the realization that they had never been truly alone. In the quiet of their new lives, they found themselves glancing over their shoulders, wondering if unseen eyes still watched from the shadows, if the walls held secrets yet to be revealed. The violation was not in what had been taken, but in what had never been known, a presence lingering in the echoes of a house that had become a prison of memories. And as they drifted into sleep, the whispers of the past faded, replaced by the gentle hum of dreams, a reminder that even in the darkness there is light waiting to guide them home. Story 11, The Unseen Presence. In the depths of the old attic, obscured beneath a worn, forgotten blanket, they discovered it. A porcelain doll, fragile and ancient, with eyes of painted blue that stared wide and unblinking. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, had never laid eyes on it before. They brushed off its existence as just another discarded relic of the past, a mere antique lost in time. But as night descended and they retreated to their bed, an unsettling sensation settled upon them. The air grew heavy, laden with an unspoken tension. Silence lingered, stretching into the darkness. And when dawn broke, the doll was no longer nestled in the attic's shadows. It now perched at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel watching over them. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the Victorian house's intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure when they acquired it at auction, oblivious to the whispers of its troubled history. They were drawn to the whispers of stories whispered within its walls, unaware that they would soon become entwined in its enigmatic narrative. Detective Rachel Winters, greeted by the crisp embrace of an autumn morning, received the call that would lead her into a realm of mystery and intrigue. Inside the master bedroom, a female figure lay in a contorted pose, eyes wide with a frozen mask of terror. In the hallway, the male victim's body hinted at a desperate struggle for escape. Yet the scene was pristine, no forced entry, no signs of a battle beyond the haunting stillness that lingered. Whispers of deliberate intent echoed through the space as Detective Winters meticulously documented every detail, her voice a mere murmur against the backdrop of eerie silence. The female victim, she noted, seemed positioned as if plucked from a display, a doll arranged with precision and care. The investigation unfolded, weaving through interviews with neighbors whose tales added layers of disquiet to the growing enigma. Shadows observed moving behind curtained windows, phantom laughter echoing in the dead of night. Each account painted a portrait of unease. Forensic revelations unveiled a tapestry of vintage fibers scattered throughout the house, cotton and silk reminiscent of antique doll clothing. The absence of foreign fingerprints, the lack of intruder DNA, the ghostly absence of footprints in the dust all pointed to a presence that defied physical boundaries. Delving into the property's history, Detective Winters unearthed a pattern woven through time, a thread connecting past tragedies to the present. 3 prior owners, their lives claimed by enigmatic circumstances, each leaving behind a trail of unresolved mysteries and eerie occurrences. A newspaper clipping whispered of a doll maker whose creations held secrets untold. His final masterpiece, a doll mirroring his deceased daughter, bore a chilling resemblance to the porcelain guardian discovered by Sarah and Michael. As the detective delved deeper, a macabre tale of spirits bound to objects and whispers of life beyond the inanimate unfolded before her. Culminating in a revelation of hidden handprints and ethereal residues tracing an unseen path through the house, the investigation teetered on the edge of the inexplicable. Family rumors of arcane rituals and whispered secrets hinted at a truth veiled in shadows. The case, shrouded in enigma, lingered in the realm of the unsolved. No suspects emerged. No conventional truths could explain the spectral presence that haunted the house. Detective Winters, her curiosity piqued, sought to contain the malevolent force within the confines of a locked cabinet, only to awaken to a reality blurred by forgotten hours and inexplicable disappearances. The house, a beacon of architectural grandeur tainted by a history of darkness, changed hands once more, its secrets buried beneath layers of dust and whispered legends. The doll, a specter of the past, vanished into the night, leaving behind a void that echoed with whispers of forgotten sorrows. As the attic lay undisturbed, a silent witness to bygone terrors, a hushed presence lingered in the stillness of the night. Neighbors spoke of shadows dancing behind attic windows and the faint laughter of a child lost to time, a haunting melody that whispered of secrets buried deep within the walls. Story 12. The ancient library faced its fate under the looming threat of demolition. The workers, their task almost complete, stumbled upon a hidden secret as one of them accidentally triggered a concealed latch within a dusty bookshelf. With a soft whispering click, the entire bookcase swung open, unveiling a mysterious passage leading to a secluded chamber. The air within was heavy, stagnant with the passage of time, untouched for decades. The room bore no furnishings except for a solitary chair anchored to the floor at its center. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed in the dim light, "I remain here." The head of the construction crew swiftly contacted the authorities, setting in motion a series of events that would unravel a tale shrouded in darkness. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, found himself facing a scene unlike any other in his career. Standing at the threshold, his flashlight pierced the shadows, casting an eerie glow upon the cryptic message that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded the officers, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one is to disturb anything until the forensics team arrives." The library's history whispered of intriguing mysteries. Once owned by the prestigious Harrington family, the building had been gifted to the public following the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year of college, Rebecca left behind no traces except for her abandoned car discovered near the woodland edge. Despite exhaustive searches and investigations, the truth behind her vanishing remained elusive. While speculations suggested she had fled to forge a new path, her family steadfastly refused to accept this rationale, convinced of a darker fate. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed hair and fiber samples embedded in the aged chair. The wall scratches harbored traces of blood and skin cells beneath the layers of neglect. Initial analyses hinted at the biological remnants belonging to a young female. "This chair was purposed for confinement," the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing to the worn leather straps and bolt holes still affixed to the arms. The struggle of the captive must have been intense. Walsh mobilized a team to delve into the enigmatic past of the Harrington lineage. The timing of the library's donation gnawed at him an act swiftly following Rebecca's disappearance, a coincidence that now loomed ominously significant. Further inquiries unveiled a chilling revelation. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records hinted at exorbitant payments to this contractor, surpassing typical renovation expenditures. Former library staff expressed shock at the discovery, none aware of the concealed chamber's existence, save for an elderly librarian recalling Maxwell's solitary visits to that section long after closing hours. The investigation intensified as DNA results confirmed the genetic match between the hidden room's samples and those from Rebecca's hairbrush found in her old quarters. The timeline grew clearer, more unsettling. Rebecca had not fled. She had been imprisoned behind the secret passage, possibly by a member of her own kin. Armed with a warrant, detectives scoured the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, nestled within a hidden compartment, they unearthed a leather-bound journal chronicling months of entries, illustrating a disturbing fixation on his niece. The final entry sent shivers down their spines. She threatened exposure. "I cannot permit that. The room will confine her until she comprehends." Investigators tracked down Maxwell, now residing in a coastal retirement enclave. Initially composed during interrogation, his facade crumbled upon the revelation of the journal and DNA evidence. She was a threat to everything, he confessed tonelessly. Rebecca uncovered documents revealing my embezzlement from the family foundation over the years. The family's reputation meant everything. I couldn't let her dismantle it. His admission painted a macabre portrait. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and trapped her within the hidden chamber. His intention was to confine her until she agreed to silence, but fate took a grisly turn. During a desperate bid for freedom, Rebecca had met her demise at his hands. "I panicked," Maxwell confessed. "I buried her beneath the chamber's floor and sealed it off. Donating the library ensured that part would remain undisturbed." Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the chamber's flooring. Excavation unveiled Rebecca's skeletal remains, adorned with the silver bracelet gifted by her parents on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family stood witness to Maxwell's sentencing, bearing the weight of overdue justice. Rebecca's mother clutched the retrieved bracelet, the sole artifact to lay her daughter to rest adequately after years of absence. The library's demolition halted indefinitely, transforming into a sanctuary of remembrance and contemplation. Community members adorned its entrance with flowers, paying homage to a life cut short and a truth concealed behind a bookshelf, waiting patiently to be unveiled. In a poignant twist of fate, it was Rebecca who had the final say. Her desperate message etched on the walls, "I remain here," ensured her eternal presence, a reminder that justice, though delayed, always finds its way to the light. Story 13. The river flowed gently that morning, its surface like a mirror reflecting the muted light of dawn. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, nearly missed the sight of a solitary suitcase drifting near the shore. Initially dismissing it as a mere pile of discarded clothes, his curiosity piqued as he drew nearer. A pungent odor assaulted his senses as he approached the unmistakable smell of decay. The suitcase, encased in chains with rust gnawing at its edges, held secrets within its weathered exterior. When the authorities pried it open, they were met not with garments, but with a macabre sight. Clumps of hair tangled within skeletal fingers frozen in a final, desperate grip, and at the bottom, a haunting message: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer, with a delicate touch of her handkerchief to her nose, surveyed the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, bore the unmistakable signs of a watery grave, her once dark hair now a sodden tangle against pallid skin. As the medical examiner meticulously catalogued every detail, Mercer couldn't shake the eerie feeling that lingered in the air. It wasn't just the disposal of the body that unsettled her, but the meticulous care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, freshly styled hair, clad in expensive attire. "She was meant to be found," Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the lapping waters at the shore. A grim showcase. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her expertise in selling luxury properties, lived a life shrouded in mystery. Divorced and childless, she resided alone in an affluent neighborhood, her privacy fiercely guarded. Colleagues spoke of her ambition, her meticulous nature, and her enigmatic persona. Her disappearance was reported by her assistant, who emphasized Catherine's unwavering dedication to a crucial showing that could have secured her largest commission yet. She would never miss that opportunity, the assistant insisted, her voice tinged with concern. A meticulous search of Walsh's meticulously kept modernist home revealed a disconcerting perfection, a place where every object found its precise place, devoid of any imperfection. Except for one anomaly, a slightly open drawer in her home office. Within it lay a leather-bound journal, its final entry chilling in its brevity. "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." The digital trail left by Walsh led Mercer to a trove of unsettling discoveries, mysterious emails from unknown senders, all bearing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection," sent at exact intervals. Her internet history unveiled a pattern of searches for security measures and self-defense tools. Mercer pieced together the puzzle, linking these cryptic clues to the meticulous display of the victim's body. "Our perpetrator is a master of ceremony," she remarked to her partner. "This was no crime of passion. This was a carefully orchestrated ritual." A breakthrough in the case came unexpectedly from a local pawnshop owner who recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares. The man who had pawned it was no stranger, Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker with a penchant for blending into the background. Surveillance footage revealed Linden's frequent visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, sometimes without, always during her absences on property showings. A search of Linden's unassuming abode unveiled a chilling truth: walls plastered with photos of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some faces were crossed out in red ink. Walsh was but one of a series. Hidden behind a false panel in his closet lay a shrine of sorts, each victim's possessions meticulously arranged: a lock of hair, a used tissue stained with lipstick, mundane receipts, keys to unknown locks. Each collection accompanied by a meticulously kept journal chronicling their daily routines, their quirks, their perceived flaws. Linden's demeanor remained eerily calm as he sat in the interrogation room, his composed exterior belying the darkness within. When confronted with the evidence, he finally spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. "They were imperfect," he stated flatly. "They presented a facade of flawlessness, but I saw through it. Catherine's vanity was her undoing. Her perfection was a mask." The search for the other victims mentioned in Linden's cryptic note led investigators to remote locations where 2 more suitcases were recovered, each concealing a woman with echoes of Catherine Walsh, real estate agents who peddled an image of unattainable perfection. Throughout Linden's trial, his stoic presence remained unshaken as prosecutors unraveled his meticulous methods. He had stalked his prey with precision, infiltrating their lives, correcting what he perceived as imperfections before extinguishing their light. The families of the victims sat in somber silence as the judge pronounced a sentence of life imprisonment without chance of release. For Detective Mercer, the case reached its conclusion, yet a lingering unease gnawed at her thoughts. What twisted impulse drove Linden to fixate on these specific women? What deep-seated flaw within himself did he seek to erase through his gruesome acts? As the river meandered on its journey, carrying away all traces of the tragedy, Mercer sat at her desk in the precinct, The chilling notebook spread before her, a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, shadows lurked, waiting for a moment of vulnerability to strike. And in the silence of the night, as the world drifted into slumber, the quiet whispers of hidden darkness whispered their unsettling lullaby, a cautionary tale of the dangers that lurk in the shadows, unseen but ever present. Story 14. The parcel arrived without a hint of its origin, no way to trace its journey. A mere cardboard box kissed by the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her, the address matched, but the name did not. She could have dismissed it, left it untouched on her doorstep, yet the allure of the unknown beckoned. With a gentle tug, she unsealed the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or garments. To her surprise, nestled within was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note. Watch alone. Sarah Miller gazed at the obscure object cradled in her hands. Its weight felt unfamiliar, burdened with a sense of forbidden knowledge. Her fingertips caressed the weathered edges, tracing the imperfections etched in the plastic. The handwritten note bore the imprints of urgency, each stroke etched with a hidden plea. Surrounding her, the suburban tranquility carried on its usual melody a distant dog's bark, children's laughter dancing in the air, the rhythmic hum of a lawnmower. Oblivious to the enigma that had just been delivered, Sarah carried the package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter as uncertainty crept into her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker held no significance in her world. Residing in the house for nearly 4 years, she had never received mail addressed to that name. The previous occupants had been the Johnsons, a retired couple seeking proximity to family. Curiosity and unease waged a silent war within her as she eyed her VCR, a relic of nostalgia. There was something about the tape that called to her a mystery shrouded in worn black plastic. Against her instincts, Sarah inserted the tape into the machine. At first, static danced across the screen, white noise gradually sharpening into clarity. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a solitary lamp, the camera angle askew as if hastily positioned. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features initially obscured by shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker." His voice, soft yet resolute, filled the room. "If you're watching this, someone has discovered you, which means they will find me as well." Leaning closer, his worn visage emerged, eyes sunken, stubble days old, hair unkempt. "I am not a killer, you must know this, but they have planted evidence, my fingerprints, my DNA, though I never laid a hand on her." Adjusting the camera, revealing a Spartan room, bare and transient. "They framed me. The fabricated police report will claim familiarity with her, an altercation witnessed, voices raised in anger. Lies, I only knew Catherine Walsh from the news." A tremor in his voice. "Dead, murdered in her home, and my DNA inexplicably linked to the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape resting on her desk, the fifth to emerge. 5 tapes, 5 disparate recipients, all bearing the desperate plea of Daniel Whitaker, a man accused as the prime suspect in the murder of Catherine Walsh. A man who had vanished on the day her lifeless body was discovered. Initially, the Walsh case appeared straightforward. A young professional strangled in her own bedroom. No signs of forced entry, indications of a struggle. Overwhelming DNA evidence pointing to Whitaker, his fingerprints on file from a prior infraction. Witnesses attesting to his presence near her residence in the preceding weeks. Cell records placing him in the vicinity on the night of the crime. A closed case until the arrival of the tapes. The tapes complicate matters. Detective Ramirez recorded her thoughts. Whitaker is either orchestrating an intricate ruse or unveiling something far more sinister. Surveying the evidence board, snapshots of a vibrant Catherine Walsh juxtaposed with chilling crime scene photos, maps pinpointing the parcel drop-off locations, and at the center, Daniel Whitaker's haunting driver's license image. His eyes seemed to implore her for understanding. The investigation took a twist when Ramirez unearthed Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant with government ties. Walsh had stumbled upon discrepancies in their clinical trials, evidence of concealed side effects in a hastily marketed drug. She was set to testify, a former colleague confided, casting furtive glances. Catherine possessed proof of executive knowledge of the cover-up. The trial loomed. Odd irregularities began to surface. The DNA placement seemed staged, uncharacteristic locations for a crime scene. Witness statements echoed rehearsed scripts, identical phrases across disparate accounts. Most perplexing, nearby security footage inexplicably corrupted during the crucial time frame of the murder. 3 days following the tape's discovery, Sarah Miller received a second parcel. Within lay a trove of incriminating documents, clinical trials, internal correspondences, email transcripts, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital seal. Proof of her revelations. Detective Ramirez liaised with the tape recipients, piecing together Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had served in IT security for a PharmaCorp contractor, glimpsing Walsh's name flagged in a prohibited security protocol. They surveilled her, Whitaker disclosed in a subsequent tape. I witnessed the orders in the system. They knew of her findings. Then I found myself locked out. The next day she was gone, and I inexplicably the culprit. Breakthrough came when Sarah Miller discerned a crucial detail in her tape, a reflection disclosing a row of storage units. Collaborating with Ramirez, they tracked the location. Inside Unit 217 lay the revelation. Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy, Walsh's original evidence cache, and damningly meticulous plans to frame Whitaker, penned by PharmaCorp's security chief, a former detective with access to evidence protocols. Justice did not manifest through a dramatic arrest, but via the irrefutable accumulation of truth. 3 executives indicted. The security chief confessed, agreeing to testify against his superiors. The drug halted from market release. Emerging from seclusion, a changed man, Whitaker had the charges against him dropped, yet the ordeal had etched its mark upon his soul. Sarah Miller encountered him once as he retrieved his tape. Conversation lingered on her porch where the journey had begun. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why send it to my address?" Weariness shadowed his gaze. "The algorithm selected you." Individuals untouched by my or Catherine's influence, those not under scrutiny, those who could still trust their instincts amidst the damning headlines. The erstwhile suspect, an inadvertent witness, stood in silence, pondering the fine line between justice and manufactured deceit. Sarah finally spoke. The wrong address proved to be the right one. The VHS tapes became evidence, symbols that truth may arrive in unforeseen packages, bearing unfamiliar names, awaiting the curious souls willing to unveil its secrets. Story 15. The motel stood in quiet neglect, a place where transient souls sought fleeting respite. A worn key exchanged hands with a knowing glance from the clerk, his warning barely a whisper, avoid the last door on the left. Intrigue sparked within her, a flame of curiosity that flickered as she navigated the shadowed corridors that night. Pausing before the ominous door, she felt the chill of the handle against her palm, a subtle foreboding. The door, unassuming in appearance, held a secret revealed only to those who dared to listen closely, a gentle, haunting breath from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed, weary-eyed and alert, ventured under the tape marking the threshold of tragedy. The air clung heavy with the scent of iron and despair, a familiar scent that led her to the scene of another life cut short. Amidst the stark contrast of pristine surroundings, the victim lay in silent repose, golden hair splayed like a halo, eyes fixed on eternity. Reed knelt beside her, a silent witness to the cruel hand of fate that had befallen yet another. The forensic technician's monotone voice pierced the hushed room. recounting the grim details of a pattern repeated thrice before. Reed absorbed the information, piecing together the fragments of a puzzle painted in crimson hues. The victim's elegance clashed with the motel's squalor, a mismatch that hinted at a deeper motive than greed. The manager lingered, haunted by the tragedy that had unfolded within his establishment, a tale of unsuspecting innocence shattered by malevolence. Back at the station, Reed faced a wall of images, a grim gallery of lives lost in anonymous rooms. The threads of the investigation wove tighter, revealing a tapestry of deception and betrayal that masked a more intimate truth. Autopsy findings painted a portrait of a calculated killer, one driven not by impulse but by a personal vendetta veiled in shadows. Days turned to nights as Reed delved deeper into the victim's life, uncovering secrets buried beneath layers of normalcy. A chance revelation from the victim's sister unveiled a clandestine affair, a forbidden liaison that bore the mark of a man known only as C. Reed's pursuit of the elusive C led her to the corridors of corporate power, where a facade of respectability crumbled under the weight of undeniable evidence. Charles Emerson, a man of influence and deceit, stood at the center of the storm, his veneer of innocence tarnished by the fingerprints of guilt. Reed probed, unearthing a web of lies spun by a man desperate to preserve his illusions at any cost. The truth, a jagged shard of betrayal, pierced through Emerson's defenses, laying bare the darkness that dwelled within his heart. The trial, a spectacle of justice served cold, marked the final act in a tragedy scripted by one man's twisted desires. Emerson's stoic facade cracked under the weight of his crimes, revealing a void where remorse should have resided. Reed, a silent sentinel of justice, locked eyes with the fallen titan, catching a glimpse of the emptiness that lurked within his soul, a void that no verdict could fill. The echoes of the door on the left case reverberated through the annals of true crime lore, a cautionary tale of how shadows can cloak the most heinous of deeds. As the world moved on, Reed lingered in the shadows of memory, haunted by the doors left unopened, the secrets left untold. And in the hushed confines of the evidence locker, 3 keys lay dormant, silent witnesses to a darkness that could never be fully extinguished, a reminder that some doors, once unlocked, can never be sealed again. Story 16. In the quiet stillness of their new Victorian-era home, Michael and Sarah Klein embarked on an unexpected journey, one that began with a simple water stain in the master bedroom. The yellowish discoloration on the floral wallpaper led them to unravel the mysteries hidden beneath the surface, like peeling back the layers of time. As they carefully stripped away the old wallpaper, a name emerged in dark ink: Alina Winters, repeatedly scrawled in a frantic, uneven script across the wall. Each stroke seemed to whisper a tale of its own, a story begging to be heard. But who was Alina Winters, and why was her name etched so fervently in the hidden depths of their home? Their curiosity sparked a chain of revelations as they delved into the past, uncovering a missing persons case from decades ago that bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman who had sold them the house, Margaret Cavendish. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a portrait of intertwined fates and buried secrets waiting to be unearthed. With each discovery, the line between past and present blurred, drawing Michael and Sarah into an obsession to unravel the enigma that lay within their own walls. Their home, once a sanctuary of charm and character, now held echoes of a haunting past that refused to stay silent. The walls whispered of a friendship turned dark, of identities intertwined and fractured. Alina Winters and Margaret Cavendish, 2 names separated by time yet bound by a tragic tale of betrayal and obsession. The truth, like the ink-stained walls, begged to be revealed, to shed light on the shadows that lingered within the hidden corners of their home. As they dug deeper, they unearthed hidden spaces and forgotten truths, each layer peeling back to expose a chilling reality. The name on the wall was not just a mark of remembrance, it was a confession, a plea for redemption from a mind fractured by guilt and longing. Forensic teams descended upon their home, turning it into a scene of intrigue and revelation. The past and present intertwined as DNA and fingerprints painted a portrait of a fractured soul, Rebecca Eldridge, a woman consumed by a desperate need to hold onto a reality that slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. The walls themselves became a testament to a tragedy long buried, a story etched in ink and blood, waiting to be told. And as the sun set on their once charming home, Michael and Sarah stood witness to a tale of twisted fate and shattered illusions, forever intertwined with the echoes of a past that refused to be forgotten. In the end, justice found its way through the tangled web of lies and deceit, bringing closure to a story that spanned decades. The house, once a beacon of dreams, now stood as a somber reminder of the darkness that lurked behind its ornate façade, a place where walls whispered secrets of a past that could never truly be erased. And as the night enveloped them in its soothing embrace, Michael and Sarah found solace in the mysteries that had unfolded, drifting into a peaceful slumber amid the echoes of a story that would forever linger in the shadows of their minds. Story 17. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls, pipes that groaned, floorboards that whispered tales of the past. Yet the new tenant, with her keen senses, discerned that the sounds she heard were not mere echoes of time. The footsteps above her were too deliberate, too steady to be explained away by settling structures. Curious and apprehensive, she dwelled on the top floor, far removed from any neighbor's intrusion. One fateful night, emboldened by a mix of fear and curiosity, she tentatively tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The rhythm of footsteps halted abruptly. A hush descended, pregnant with anticipation. Then, in the stillness, a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the enigmatic knocking to herself, shielding her disquieting discovery from prying ears. Rationalizing it as the whims of an old building or the antics of a wandering creature, she buried her unease beneath layers of denial. Despite the relentless cadence of the footsteps that traversed her ceiling each night, she adapted, seeking refuge in blaring television volumes and the solace of headphones to muffle the haunting footfalls that traced unseen paths in the darkness above. Detective Morris's interest was piqued when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a clandestine crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker, tasked with repairing a leak, uncovered a concealed passage behind a section of drywall in the corridor outside Sarah's abode. Illuminated by the beam of his flashlight, the hidden recess unveiled a makeshift living quarters, scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a weathered notebook. Alarmed, the building superintendent promptly summoned the authorities. Upon Detective Morris's arrival alongside his partner, Detective Rivera, they were met with a trembling maintenance worker, his complexion drained of color. "Someone dwells within the walls," he repeated tremulously. "Someone watches." The notebook chronicled meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her visitors, her culinary preferences, her viewing habits, her intimate moments. The script, once orderly, descended into chaotic scribbles towards the final pages, interspersed with cryptic symbols. "The subject resists my influence," lamented the last entry. "She dares defy me. None can ignore me." Forensic teams meticulously combed through the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints that eluded identification in any known database. Their investigation unveiled a labyrinthine network of hidden passageways interlaced within the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades according to structural assessments. These concealed passages, linking 5 distinct apartments, all converged upon discrete vantage points, tiny apertures disguised as innocuous fixtures or minor imperfections focused solely on Sarah Coleman's dwelling. Interviews with current residents yielded no extraordinary revelations, merely affirming the banality of apartment living. However, former tenants unveiled a darker narrative. 3 prior inhabitants of Sarah's residence recounted sensations of being surveilled or hearing inexplicable noises. One had hastily vacated after a mere fortnight, their silence born of dread at being labeled paranoid. The breakthrough in the investigation materialized with the discovery of minute blood traces in one of the hidden chambers. DNA analysis connected the blood to Martin Weaver, a former occupant who had vanished without a trace 4 years earlier, leaving behind a void in his wake. Revisiting Martin's enigmatic disappearance, Detective Morris uncovered tales of disturbances emanating from the apartment above his own. Martin's confrontation with the reticent tenant, Edward, preceded his disappearance into oblivion. Edward, a recluse who departed without a trace shortly after Martin's vanishing act, left a trail of unanswered questions in his wake. Delving deeper into Edward's past, investigators unveiled a pattern of transient residency across 6 apartment complexes spanning 2 decades. Each relocation saw him requesting top-floor accommodations, cultivating minimal social ties, and vanishing without warning. A neighbor from Edward's past remembered him as an aloof figure, fixated on the necessity of silence. The puzzle pieces gradually coalesced, painting a portrait of a man shrouded in enigma and seclusion. Property records led investigators to remote rural land owned by Edward, where a secluded cabin harbored a chilling tableau. Adorned with photographs and notes, the walls chronicled unsuspecting residents from various apartment buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Blueprints of ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities were meticulously annotated in journals, detailing specimen observations and habitat maintenance. At the cabin's epicenter, a corkboard displayed a collage of missing persons, reports 6 souls who had vanished into the ether. Deep gouges scarred the floor beneath the board, testament to repeated, weighty drag marks. Guided by cadaver dogs, investigators unearthed freshly disturbed soil behind the cabin, revealing the grim truth of human remains interred beneath the earth's embrace. As forensic anthropologists embarked on the arduous task of identification, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's dwelling. Though the clandestine passages had been sealed, whispers of unseen stirrings persisted among the residents. During the installation of enhanced security measures, maintenance workers unearthed a curious artifact nestled in a crevice where the ceiling met the wall, a second notebook, newer than its predecessor. The initial page bore a solitary proclamation: "My old sanctuary was uncovered, but my new haven remains concealed." The script mirrored the previous journal, with the final page divulging a crude depiction of Sarah's apartment layout, a crimson trail marking a fresh passage, and a cryptic date etched into the future. Swiftly mobilizing, officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her abode barren of life. Her cell phone lay inert on the kitchen counter, the television casting a ghostly glow in her absence. The shower's cascade of water provided a backdrop to the eerie silence that pervaded the apartment. Within the bathroom, a message materialized amidst the dissipating steam, etched by an unseen hand upon the mirror: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed, a chilling invitation to unveil the hidden truths lurking above. The hunt for Edward, the elusive architect of terror, persists. Identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction specialist with a penchant for clandestine renovations, he remains at large, his knowledge of architectural intricacies enabling his macabre machinations. Thermal scans of Sarah's residence yielded no traces of current occupancy within the walls, leaving a void where answers should have resided. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remain a mystery, her fate entwined with a web of disappearances spanning state lines. Authorities caution apartment managers about unauthorized modifications in concealed spaces, a grim reminder of the unseen perils that lurk within the familiar confines of home. Yet amidst the haunting specter of past horrors, Detective Morris finds himself haunted by the phantom echoes of Sarah's plight, the footsteps that echoed above her in a realm devoid of an upstairs neighbor. The transient stillness that descended when she dared to engage with the unknown, only to be met with a chilling response in kind. In the solace of his own abode, under the shroud of night, Detective Morris gazes upward, attuned to the symphony of silence that envelops him, pondering the chilling reality of unseen eyes that may be watching, waiting within the walls. Story 18. It began with a pocket dial, a mere murmur of static and distant echoes. The operator almost dismissed it as nothing until a voice emerged from the haze. A woman's voice urgently whispering, "He's here." And then silence enveloped the line. The call originated from an empty house, a relic of the past, abandoned and forgotten by time. There were no signs of intrusion, no disturbances in the stillness. Yet in the quiet kitchen veiled in dust, there sat a phone upon the counter, its screen softly glowing. The call had been placed mere moments ago. Detective Morgan Reed pressed the playback button once more, captivated by the haunting whisper that echoed in her mind, filled with desperation, fear, and an eerie impossibility. The desolate property had once belonged to the Sullivan family, who had left after a devastating fire that devoured a part of their home. No one had resided there since. The caretaker, a regular visitor, swore that no one had trespassed in years. Background check on the number, Morgan inquired her partner, Detective Walsh. The answer revealed that the number was registered to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter who had passed away in a tragic car accident 3 years prior. Morgan gazed at the phone within the evidence bag, puzzled by the enigma before her. A phone that belonged to a deceased woman, making calls from an abandoned dwelling. The dust around the phone seemed disturbed only where it sat, as if it had materialized out of thin air. The forensic team's efforts yielded no identifiable fingerprints, no traceable footprints, no clues to unravel the mystery. The recording of that fleeting call became the focal point of their inquiry, 11 seconds of static, breath, and 5 urgent words. Voice analysis confirmed a 98% match to Catherine Sullivan's voice from archived videos. The timestamp revealed that the call had occurred at the precise moment of Catherine's passing, 3 years ago, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh delved into Catherine's past, questioning those who had known her. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely perplexed. Her mother, residing alone in a modest apartment, crumbled upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she murmured. "She sounds so frightened." Mark Jennings, Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her demise, had a solid alibi for the night of the call. He was on duty at the hospital, corroborated by numerous witnesses and security footage. Moreover, the house had been vacant. The call seemed an impossibility, yet it had transpired. The investigation stalled until a call from Catherine's mother reignited the flame. "I found something among her belongings," she trembled over the phone. "Katie kept a journal, the final entry. You must read it." Within the journal lay meticulous entries chronicling Catherine's relationship with Mark, a love that soured into control, isolation, and ultimately fear. The last words scribed read, "He discovered my intentions. His rage knows no bounds. If harm befalls me, it won't be accidental." Confronted once more, Mark's composure faltered under the weight of the journal's revelations. "You believe I harmed Katie because of her words. That's no proof," he asserted. "The accident report places you at the scene before emergency services," Morgan pointed out. "How did you know where to look?" His complexion drained. "I told you I was concerned." Revisiting the accident site, investigators ordered a scan of the grounds with ground-penetrating radar. Beneath the surface, 20 feet from the crash site, lay Catherine's actual phone. The device found in the house was her spare, kept at her parents' residence. Examination of the buried phone unveiled erased texts between Catherine and her sister on the night of her demise. "Mark's onto my plan. He's tailing me in his car. And later, he's driving me off the road." The medical examiner scrutinized autopsy photos once more. The injuries bore witness to more than a mere collision, defensive wounds, signs of strangulation. When law enforcement descended to apprehend Mark, he had vanished. His dwelling held relics of Catherine, a shrine constructed with pilfered mementos, photographs, and articles chronicling her demise. Among his possessions lay software for audio manipulation and scripts detailing the creation of the phantom call, weaving Catherine's voice from the past. Call, a twisted spectacle to relive his crime, a charade to baffle investigators and the grieving Sullivan family. The inquiry expanded to unearth 2 additional cases where Mark had been present as an emergency responder. 2 more young women, their passings deemed accidents, now cast under suspicion. 6 days into the hunt, officers sighted Mark's vehicle parked by the Sullivan house. Inside, he sat in the kitchen, fixated on a phone akin to Catherine's. He offered no resistance upon arrest. "She wouldn't be silenced," he disclosed to Morgan during interrogation. "Even after I silenced her physically, she persisted, accused me. I needed her voice to echo, to sow doubt. A specter can't testify against me." The jury swiftly rendered a verdict of guilty for first-degree murder after less than 3 hours of deliberation. As justice was served, Catherine's mother clutched the journal close to her heart. Closure had come not through spectral means, but through the voice Catherine had left a testament in ink, her fears immortalized, her final plea for safety. The phone from the abandoned house now rests in the evidence vault. Occasionally, officers swear they hear its phantom ring, though its power source was long removed. Catherine's legacy endures not as a ghostly tale, but as a testament that victims, even in silence, find ways to be heard. Story 19. The old chest lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time within the house's walls. Among its contents were faded snapshots capturing moments of joy and celebration, mundane scenes of family gatherings and birthdays frozen in time. But as she reached the final photograph, a sense of unease crept over Rebecca. The image showed her own living room, familiar yet unsettlingly different. A family she didn't recognize sat on the couch, their smiles masking the presence of a figure lurking in the shadows. A man, barely visible, standing in the hallway watching. A shiver ran down Rebecca's spine as she scrutinized the photo, her fingers trembling ever so slightly. The Polaroid seemed to vibrate with an eerie energy. The family in the picture, a woman with honey blonde hair, a bespectacled man, and 2 children beamed at the camera, oblivious to the danger lurking just beyond their sight. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing down on her. What once felt spacious and empty now felt suffocating, as if unseen eyes were watching her every move. Placing the photograph on the kitchen counter, she studied it under the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and these strangers was undeniable, a puzzle begging to be solved. Detective Morgan arrived, his weathered leather jacket a testament to years of unraveling mysteries. With eyes that missed nothing, he examined the photograph with a methodical gaze. Flipping it over, he focused on the blank back, his voice a low rumble as he inquired about the previous owners, the Nelsons. Rebecca admitted her lack of knowledge about the Nelsons, who had sold her the house and then vanished without a trace. Handing over the photo, she watched as Morgan's expression betrayed nothing. The investigation had begun. Delving into the history of the house, Detective Morgan uncovered a pattern of families disappearing after precisely 1 year of residency. The Sutherlands, the latest in a line of mysterious vanishings, had left behind a void, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Forensic analysis dated the photograph to 15 years prior, hinting at a sinister truth lurking within the walls. Enhanced imaging revealed more about the shadowy figure in the photo, tall, male, and ominously present. Matching the figure to a long-dead architect named Samuel Whitfield raised more questions than answers. The basement, a tomb of secrets, held the key to the disappearances, with each missing family unearthed in a macabre revelation. As the investigation unfolded, a hidden crawlspace in the attic revealed a chilling discovery, a journal detailing the meticulous observations of the families, along with a sinister warning about accelerating plans for the new resident. Rebecca, now under police protection, found herself at the center of a malevolent game. In the dead of night, a phone call shattered the silence, signaling the presence of an unseen threat. The sound of breathing, followed by the click of a camera, echoed through the darkness, a haunting reminder of the watchful eyes that lingered in the shadows. The house, now a crime scene, stood as a monument to unsolved mysteries, its secrets buried deep within its walls. The legacy of Samuel Whitfield, if that was his true name, remained a puzzle that defied resolution. And as new families moved in, unaware of the sinister history that haunted the house, the cycle of disappearance and surveillance continued, a dark legacy that refused to fade into obscurity. Those who dared to seek the truth found themselves ensnared in a web of intrigue, their every move monitored by unseen forces, their fates intertwined with the chilling legacy of the man in the photograph. Story 20. In the quiet stillness of the night, a wooden plank betrayed its secret as she placed her foot upon it. The subtle movement beneath her weight beckoned her curiosity. Slowly she knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the plank, sensing the hidden truth it held. The floor, once thought solid, now whispered of concealed mysteries. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards, unveiling a shadowy, narrow space beneath the foundation of her new home. As she peered into the darkness, a chill crept up her spine, and her heart quickened its beat. There, amidst the dust and cobwebs, lay a haunting discovery. A mattress, a chair, and in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with pages inscribed with a singular name, her own name, written repeatedly as if a chant of obsession. Detective Morgan Reed observed silently as Sarah Coleman gazed into the abyss beneath her dwelling, a mixture of fear and disbelief reflected in her eyes. It was more than a mere hidden room they had stumbled upon. It was an intrusion, a violation of sanctity that shattered the tranquility of a fresh beginning. "Do not disturb anything further," Detective Reed's voice, calm yet resolute, broke the silence. With a click of her flashlight, she illuminated the concealed chamber, exposing walls adorned with surveillance photographs capturing Sarah's every move, every interaction. a shrine of fixation meticulously curated beneath unsuspecting floorboards. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had passed away with no kin to claim his legacy. The property, vacant for months, had seemed a haven of charm in need of minor refurbishment. No hint of the hidden chamber had surfaced during inspections or transactions. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah's voice trembled. "The neighbors spoke of his reclusiveness. I was told the basement was sealed off long ago. The inspection report never mentioned this." The arrival of crime scene investigators marked the descent of reality into the realm of nightmares. Every corner was scrutinized, every item catalogued, as the mattress, chair, and disturbing notebook were extracted from the clandestine space. Forensic analysis uncovered a plethora of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green, scattered throughout the hidden chamber, painting a portrait of obsession. The investigators unraveled a timeline that sent shivers down their spines. Walter had been surveilling Sarah for years prior to his demise, shadowing her mundane routines, blending into the backdrop of her life without her slightest awareness. The depth of his fixation hinted at a darker purpose, a sinister plot waiting to unfurl. During a pivotal interview with Walter's former colleague from the local shopping center maintenance department, a revelation surfaced. The man, uneasy and restless, divulged fragments of Walter's fixation, his cryptic proclamations of possession and belonging that had gone unnoticed as idle chatter until now. A key discovered in Walter's untouched workplace locker led Detective Reed to a storage unit registered in his name. The metallic door creaked open, revealing a meticulously replicated ensemble of Sarah's former abode furniture, decor, even a mannequin mirroring her likeness, all poised in eerie imitation. A calendar marked with a chilling date of reckoning shed light on Walter's delusions of togetherness. In his youth, Walter had been institutionalized for his fixation on a teacher, diagnosed with erotomania, a distorted belief in a reciprocal love that defied reality. Decades of quiet existence had not erased the dormant obsession that Sarah unwittingly rekindled, triggering a descent into madness. Spread across the precinct's table, crime scene photos painted a grim picture of a delusion turned sinister obsession. Walter's final act had been one of misguided devotion, a conviction that fate had ordained their union in a twisted reality. As Sarah made the poignant decision to part ways with the house tainted by Walter's shadow, a lingering sense of what could have been haunted her. The final walk-through, with the realtor by her side, echoed with unspoken fears of a timeline skewed by a chance discovery, a narrow escape from a malevolent fate. The case, closed posthumously with Walter's demise, was labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, a testament to the darkness that had lurked beneath the floorboards. Sarah, now a survivor of a chilling ordeal, sought solace in a distant horizon, adopting new routines and safeguarding her privacy with a newfound vigilance. Detective Reed, a silent guardian, occasionally checked in on Sarah, a silent vow to protect the fragile threads of a life narrowly spared. The cottage passed into the hands of oblivious newcomers, its hidden chamber sealed, its secrets buried beneath fresh floorboards. Life marched on, oblivious to the shadows that once danced in the darkness. For those privy to the truth, the tale of the room beneath the floor lingered as a cautionary whisper, a reminder of unseen perils, of monsters that fade into the night, and victims who brush against the precipice of their own untold endings, forever changed by a brush with the unknown. Story 21. It came through the mail, tucked inside a plain envelope devoid of any sender's address. A single brass key, its surface weathered by time's touch. The homeowner, Sarah, couldn't place its origin, yet a sense of déjà vu lingered in the air around it. Testing it in every lock she owned yielded no results. It didn't belong to her. But when she set it on the coffee table, the ancient grandfather clock in the hallway emitted a solitary, eerie chime, despite its broken state for years on end. Perturbed by the strange turn of events, Sarah reported the unsettling incident to the authorities. What appeared as a peculiar mishap soon unfurled into a chilling criminal investigation that gripped the once placid suburban neighborhood in fear. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer brushed off Sarah's concerns regarding the mysterious key as a probable mix-up. However, Sarah's gut feeling of unease persisted. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as evidence, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later prove pivotal in a sprawling inquiry. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator from the Special Victims Unit, received the case details during the morning briefing. With years of experience, Harmon possessed an instinct for cases that transcended their innocuous beginnings. The unassuming brass key sat on his desk, seemingly ordinary, yet exuding an unsettling aura. Background checks on Sarah unveiled no criminal past. A retired high school English teacher, widowed with grown children residing across the country. No red flags in her financial records, communication logs, or online presence. She seemed exactly as she portrayed an unwitting recipient of something ominous. Forensic analysis revealed only Sarah's fingerprints on the key. The envelope divulged no clues except for a standard postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA traces, no discernible evidence. The key itself, a run-of-the-mill Schlage, worn with age and likely several years old. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to cross-reference the key's unique bidding pattern with the department's database. A cold case from 7 years prior documented the same key pattern linked to a storage unit where investigators had uncovered a grisly scene of blood-stained carpet, tools for cutting, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had hit a dead end due to a lack of evidence to identify a suspect. Dusting off the old case files, Harmon discovered that the key belonged to a storage unit rented under a false identity, paid for in cash. Surveillance footage had long been erased, and the evidence collected had only led to partial DNA matches with no hits in criminal databases. The photographs from the storage unit depicted 5 women, all seemingly unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the initial investigation, reported missing but never located. Their cases remained unsolved, categorized as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller couldn't recognize any of the women in the pictures. As the investigation progressed, Sarah's anxiety heightened, prompting her to fortify her home with additional locks and a security system. The looming question lingered: why target her with this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the existing evidence using modern techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases, resulting in a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Tracing back through family trees led investigators to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's who had relocated 6 years earlier. Jenkins' current whereabouts remained a mystery. Digging deeper, it was discovered that he had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah worked, though their interactions were minimal on record. Jenkins displayed sporadic employment history, unexplained gaps, and frequent moves. Nothing suspicious arose from his former residence upon inspection. Neighbors described him as unremarkable, a loner who kept to himself, the typical profile that often accompanies revelations of predators camouflaged in plain view. The pressing question loomed, why send the key to Sarah now? Harmon theorized it could be a sinister memento, a warning, or even a chilling invitation. The hunt for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license had expired, with no financial activity or digital footprint to trace. His deliberate lack of traceable breadcrumbs suggested a conscious effort to evade detection. The true horror of the case unraveled when authorities delved into a secluded cabin registered under Jenkins' deceased mother's name. Beneath the worn floorboards, investigators stumbled upon a concealed chamber accessible only through a hidden trapdoor. Inside, meticulously arranged shelves housed numerous identical brass keys, each tagged with a name and date. 5 keys matched the women from the photographs, while the remaining 27 keys hinted at a harrowing number of additional victims unknown to law enforcement. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams unearthed human remains, leading to weeks of excavation as more bodies were discovered in various stages of decay. Sarah was placed under constant protection as the nationwide manhunt for Jenkins expanded. Behavioral experts suggested that the key symbolized a twisted gesture, a way for Jenkins to select Sarah as an audience for his atrocities. The media christened him the Keymaster, a moniker that spread like wildfire across national news outlets. Fear gripped the community as residents grappled with the realization of such horrors existing in their midst undetected. Tracking dogs followed a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness, while search teams scoured dense forests. Thermal drones scanned inaccessible terrains as tactical units closed in on the area where Jenkins was possibly hiding. A wildlife photographer captured a distant image resembling Jenkins, prompting authorities to establish a perimeter and deploy tactical teams into the rugged terrain. Negotiations with Jenkins in an abandoned fire observation tower reached a standstill, leading to a tense standoff that ended with Jenkins taking his own life. Beside his lifeless form, a journal detailed his crimes, alongside a brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container lay further evidence: photographs, burial site maps, and personal effects belonging to the victims, a meticulously documented chronicle of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly, revealing Jenkins' twisted fixation on her. The subsequent investigation uncovered a total of 32 victims, offering closure to families who had long awaited answers about their missing loved ones. Sarah never returned to her home, haunted by the proximity of horror to her once ordinary life. The grandfather clock, which had ominously chimed, was found to contain a hidden wireless receiver, evidence of Jenkins watching and waiting for Sarah's reaction to his macabre gift. The case stands as a stark reminder of the darkness that can lurk beneath seemingly commonplace exteriors. Psychologists continue to study Jenkins' writings in hopes of detecting similar offenders before they strike, while a collection of brass keys in an evidence locker silently bears witness to lives cut short each key, unlocking a tragic truth about the shadows that sometimes dwell behind unassuming masks. Story 22. In the quaint nursery of the Morgan residence, a young woman embarked on a project to repaint the room before the arrival of her baby. The walls, once adorned in a faded blue hue, seemed to hold secrets of years gone by within their layers. As she carefully rolled on the first coat of fresh white paint, a mysterious discovery came to light: faint letters etched beneath the surface, gradually becoming more distinct and legible. A hidden message emerged, sending shivers down her spine. "Don't let it hear you," her breath hitched in her throat as she took a step back, her eyes scanning the room. It was then that she noticed them tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, positioned too high on the wall for any child to have reached. This peculiar find in the nursery marked the genesis of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the Victorian-style home at an unbelievably low price, unaware of the dark history shrouding the property. Detective Sarah Klein, with a notebook in hand, arrived at the residence, greeted by a pregnant woman whose tired eyes betrayed her lack of sleep. Trembling, the woman recounted the eerie discovery of the hidden message and handprints. She shared how the previous owners had abruptly fled in the dead of night, leaving behind only essential belongings packed into their car. Accompanied by the pregnant homeowner, Detective Klein ventured through the historic home, the old floorboards creaking underfoot. In the nursery, the partially painted walls still bore the cryptic message, a stark reminder of the unsettling presence within the house. Adjacent to the message, 5 small handprints lingered in the half-finished paint, positioned at a height that defied logical explanation. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into records pertaining to the property's tumultuous past. The house had changed hands numerous times over the years, with families residing for brief periods before swiftly departing. More alarmingly, child welfare reports indicated unsettling occurrences reported by children from 3 of those families, whispers emanating from the walls, the sensation of being watched as they slept. Further investigation revealed a chilling connection to Alina Blackwood, the former owner who ran an orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. 5 children under her care had mysteriously vanished, presumed to have run away. However, upon Alina's passing, a sealed room was discovered hidden behind the nursery wall, containing children's belongings but no remains. The case had been consigned to the shadows of history, buried within dusty archives. As Detective Klein unraveled the threads of the past, a disturbing pattern emerged. Each family that had resided in the house reported uncanny events, toys moving on their own, laughter echoing through empty corridors, and drawings materializing on walls. But it was the recurring message, uncovered during nursery repainting, that sent a shiver down the detective's spine. The handwriting matched Alina Blackwood's, and the handprints, identical in size and placement, hinted at a malevolent force lingering within the walls. The investigation took a macabre turn when ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the basement floor. The subsequent excavation exposed a grim truth: 5 child-sized sets of remains laid out in a circle, confirming the tragic fate of the missing orphans. Each child bore a pendant with their name engraved, finally granting them recognition as murder victims rather than runaways. In a bid to reveal the full extent of the house's dark legacy, luminol was sprayed throughout the nursery, illuminating countless handprints on the walls, testimony to the children's desperate struggle to escape their fate. Alina's journals, unearthed from county archives, unveiled her twisted motives of seeking eternal youth through the children's life force. With the closure of the case and the proper burial of the victims, the house stood silent and forsaken, its walls holding memories too sinister to erase. Though the nursery walls were demolished in an effort to cleanse the space, workers reported eerie whispers echoing from the rubble, prompting them to flee at the end of each day. The house met its fate of condemnation, a physical testament to the unresolved questions that lingered in the spiritual realm. Among the remnants of the investigation, Detective Klein retained a haunting photograph, a vision of 5 glowing handprints in the darkness, a stark reminder that some horrors leave an indelible mark that transcends time and paint. Story 23. The tale began with the unsuspecting new homeowners, who brushed off the crackling of the old intercom system as a mere quirk, a remnant of the past reawakened but left to fade into obscurity. Little did they know, the echoes of time held secrets long buried within the walls of the Victorian manor they now called home. One fateful night, curiosity tugged at the husband, prompting him to press the dusty button. A whisper like a ghostly breath crackled through the ancient speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The words hung heavy in the air, perplexing and haunting. Startled, he turned to his wife, only to find her equally taken aback. "I never said that," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. The mystery of the intercom system, once a charming feature, now cast a shadow of unease over their tranquil abode. Daniel and Meredith Parker, drawn to the manor's rich history and vintage allure, had sealed the deal on the property without fully comprehending the weight of its past. The creaking floors and whispering walls held stories untold, waiting to be unraveled by those willing to listen. Detective Sarah Reeves, with her keen intuition and a dash of skepticism, arrived at the property under the cloak of nightfall. The gravel beneath her tires whispered secrets of its own as she approached the looming structure, a silent sentinel among the ancient oaks. Daniel, his face drained of color, recounted the eerie events that had unfolded since their arrival. The intercom, once a source of nostalgic charm, had become a conduit for something otherworldly, a voice from the shadows of yesteryears. In the dimly lit living room, Meredith clutched a steaming mug, her eyes reflecting a mix of fear and determination. "We found something behind the wall," she revealed, her voice steady yet tinged with apprehension. A hidden chamber, a forgotten journal, and the chilling words of a woman lost to time. The journal, its pages brittle with age, spoke of Alina and Vincent, a pair bound by marriage but divided by darkness. Detective Reeves traced the lines of inked confession, feeling the weight of Alina's fears etched into the yellowed parchment. As the truth of the past unraveled, a tale of betrayal and tragedy emerged from the depths of the manor's history. Alina, silenced by the hands of her husband, had found a voice through the crackling intercom, a spectral echo of a love twisted into malevolence. Vincent Blackwood, the architect of deceit, sat withered and remorseless as the evidence stacked against him, a lifetime of lies laid bare in the harsh light of justice. The courtroom echoed with the ghostly whispers of a woman long gone, her presence a specter haunting the halls of the guilty. The house, a silent witness to the crimes of the past, stood stoic as the dark chapter closed. Daniel and Meredith, burdened by the weight of secrets too heavy to bear, bid farewell to the manor, leaving behind the echoes of a tragedy that time had failed to erase. The whispers of the intercom, now silenced by the passage of time, lingered in the memories of those who dared to listen. Detective Reeves, a silent guardian of the truth, drove past the manor on moonlit nights, the wind carrying echoes of a story that refused to be forgotten. And so, the house that answered back whispered its final secrets to the night, a lullaby of mysteries and memories that cradled the weary souls of those who sought solace in its haunted embrace. Story 24. She entered through the front door, dust swirling in the stagnant air. The house, abandoned for years, stood frozen in time, its walls shedding paint, its furniture hidden under ghostly sheets. Each step she took felt like a journey into a forgotten moment except for one peculiar detail. The doors, every door she opened led her back to the same room. No matter the path she chose, no matter the handle she turned, she always found herself back in the parlor. The only escape was the way she had entered. But as she turned to retreat, The front door had vanished into thin air. The revelation of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body had transformed the once neglected Victorian into a scene of intrigue and mystery. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing forensic experts move through the dimness like specters. The house had gained a certain reputation among the locals, the house where compasses spun aimlessly, where whispers of unseen eyes watching lingered. Now it held secrets far darker than mere folklore. The initial examination suggests she passed approximately 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely audible. The cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan was discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, facing the entrance as if anticipating a visitor. Her countenance serene, hands clasped gently in her lap. No signs of struggle, no marks of resistance. The scene exuded a haunting stillness that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. "Who discovered the body?" Lind inquired, reviewing her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner responded. "They entered, saw her figure, mistook her for a trespasser until they approached closer." The house had remained uninhabited since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of limbo, unwanted, unsold, and largely forgotten except by those seeking thrills and mischief. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a fascination with spaces that defied traditional norms. Her friends described her as meticulous, driven, and captivated by structures that challenged conventional design. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, must have beckoned to her in a way nothing else did. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days back, Lind noted. Morgan had mentioned visiting the house where people vanish for her research. Investigations unveiled that Morgan had frequented the house multiple times in the weeks before her demise. Her journal entries detailed peculiar acoustic phenomena, unexpected icy patches, and doors that seemed to lead to different places with each opening. In her final entry, she expressed her intention to document what she termed spatial irregularities. Yet, the specialized equipment she planned to use was nowhere to be found. The autopsy disclosed an unexpected finding: trace amounts of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant utilized in certain shamanic rituals. Although the substance could induce disorientation and vivid illusions, the quantity found was insufficient to be lethal. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational substances, her boyfriend insisted during questioning. Morgan was meticulous about her research methodologies. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perceptions intentionally. Digital forensics unveiled fragments of deleted messages on Morgan's phone. Conversations with an individual who shared her passion for the house, someone who purportedly grasped its enigmas. The exchanges grew increasingly intimate and enigmatic. "The house retains the memories of bygone days," one message hinted. "It seeks a recipient for its secrets." The investigation led Lind and her team to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated her, and their professional bond had evolved into something deeper. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely shattered by her untimely demise. "The property carries a reputation," he elucidated. "The original architect incorporated optical illusions and deceptive perspectives. He fashioned it to baffle and disorient." Morgan believed there was more to it, something beyond mere design trickery. Nevertheless, Reeves had a solid alibi for the presumed time of Morgan's passing. Surveillance footage depicted him presenting a lecture at a university symposium several hours from the Victorian. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source: Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, now residing overseas. Upon contact by the authorities, he divulged a long-concealed family secret. My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to meet her end in that house, he disclosed. There were others. Always discovered in the parlor, always appearing at peace. The family termed it the calling. He shared journals spanning decades, documenting deaths initially attributed to cardiac arrest or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable. Individuals who spent prolonged periods within the house ultimately succumbed to what the family euphemistically designated as the influence. A subsequent search of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor fireplace. Inside lay Morgan's missing gear and something more. A small chamber housing artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged in a meticulous geometric layout. At the heart rested a sculpted figurine, its features smoothed by generations of handling. Analysis identified the carving as representing a deity linked with liminal spaces, gateways between realms. Residues on the objects matched the alkaloid discovered in Morgan's system. The case took a chilling turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns within the house indicated another presence during Morgan's demise. Partial fingerprints, unlike Morgan's or any known visitors, were retrieved from doorknobs throughout the dwelling. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered deceased in his residence. Like Morgan, he was found seated towards the entrance, a serene expression gracing his features, the same alkaloid detected in his system. Clenched in his hand was a key that fit no lock in his apartment, but slotted perfectly into the concealed compartment in the Victorian. In his final correspondence, sent to himself as if preserving a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct. The doors guide you where they always have, yet something tricks you into believing you're navigating in circles. Once you unveil the truth, you can depart at any time. But by then, you've no desire to. The case remains unsolved, categorized as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian has since been condemned, its access sealed off by the authorities. Nonetheless, whispers persist of flickering lights glimpsed within on certain nights and of visitors who enter without ever exiting. Some locals assert that the house claims those who delve too deeply into its mysteries. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves stumbled upon something ancient and potent, something residing in the interstices between conventional reality. The verity remains as elusive as an exit in a house where every door leads back to the start. Story 25. In the heart of the city, there stood a quaint coffee shop that held a secret known only to a select few. For years, a mysterious man frequented this establishment, his presence as constant as the rising sun. Each day, he would occupy the same table in the corner, a silent observer amidst the bustling chatter and clinking of cups. The barista recognized his face, a familiar yet enigmatic figure who never shared his name with anyone. He was a ghost in plain sight, a riddle wrapped in a mystery. But then, one day, he failed to materialize at his usual spot. Concerned, the police were called to investigate. At the vacant table, they discovered a forgotten wallet, left behind like a breadcrumb in a forest of questions. Inside the wallet lay a driver's license with a photo, but the spaces meant for a name and address were eerily blank, devoid of any identifying information. Reviewing the security footage, Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the enigma of the man now known as John Doe. The recordings showed his ordinary entrance into the coffee shop, his routine order of black coffee, and his quiet contemplation by the window. But then, the inexplicable happened. He vanished into thin air, leaving behind a void in the fabric of reality. As Mercer delved deeper into the case, she encountered a series of perplexing clues that only deepened the mystery. The wallet contained no traceable personal details, the credit cards led to nowhere, and the business card whispered secrets in a silent language. The notebook left on the table held cryptic symbols and unfamiliar writings, a puzzle that defied decryption. Architectural sketches within its pages depicted structures that existed only in the realm of imagination, adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding enigma. The investigation led Mercer to a revelation: the mirror that hung in the coffee shop, an ancient artifact with a hidden purpose. Its ornate frame bore symbols reminiscent of those in John Doe's notebook, hinting at a connection that transcended mere coincidence. When the mirror was finally removed from its place on the wall, a hidden chamber was revealed, a space frozen in time where identical wallets and a journal chronicling decades of experimentation lay in wait. The journal spoke of temporal manipulation and reality bending, of windows between worlds and the fragile boundary between existence and oblivion. As the truth unfurled like a tattered scroll, strange occurrences began to plague the surroundings of the coffee shop. Reflections moved of their own volition, phantom figures appeared where none should be, and the boundaries of perception blurred like ink on wet paper. A chance encounter with an elderly physicist unveiled the final piece of the puzzle. The man who didn't exist was, in fact, a brilliant scientist lost to the annals of time. Daniel Weston, a pioneer in quantum theory, had delved too deep into the mysteries of the cosmos and had become a casualty of his own curiosity. In a climactic revelation, Mercer witnessed the impossible: a duality of existence, a fractured reality reflected in shattered glass. The experiment of Daniel Weston had reached its conclusion, the window between worlds sealed shut, leaving behind a void where once a man had stood. And so, the case of the man who didn't exist faded into legend, a whispered tale of a lost soul caught between dimensions. The coffee shop, a silent witness to secrets beyond mortal comprehension, closed its doors as the shadows of the past lingered in the air. Detective Mercer, haunted by the echoes of a life unlived, retreated from the world of badges and regulations. In the quiet of her solitude, she found solace in the pages of a notebook, its blank sheets waiting to be filled with the echoes of a forgotten reality. And as the city slumbered in the embrace of night, the fragments of an antique mirror whispered of a time when the boundaries between worlds were as fragile as a dream. Story 26. In the quiet stillness of the night, a house stood silent, its walls holding secrets of the past. For years it remained vacant, a ghostly reminder of a young woman who vanished without a trace. Neighbors whispered of her disappearance, of how the bedroom had been locked from within, untouched by time. When the new tenants arrived, drawn by the lure of affordable rent in a quiet neighborhood, they uncovered the mystery that lay dormant within the walls. The bedroom door, once sealed shut, now creaked open, revealing a scene frozen in time. The air inside was heavy with the weight of years, the scent of dust mingling with an elusive something, a hint of a story waiting to be told. The room bore witness to a peculiar sight: the bed neatly made, the mirror polished to a shine. But it was the desk that held a silent vigil, a solitary candle, its flame long extinguished, leaving behind a trail of wax like teardrops frozen in time. And there on the desk lay a notebook, its pages open to a world of inked secrets. Detective Morgan, with a quiet determination in his eyes, sifted through the notebook's pages, each one a piece of a puzzle waiting to be solved. The handwriting, delicate and precise, belonged to Elise Winters, a name lost to the whispers of the past. Her words danced across the pages, leading to a final entry, a message of fear and foreboding etched in ink. "I know he's watching me tonight," the words echoed through the room, a haunting reminder of a truth long buried. Detective Morgan, a seeker of hidden truths, knew that the answers lay within the confines of these walls, waiting to be unearthed. As forensic technicians combed the room for clues, a tale of deception and betrayal began to unravel. Elise, a paralegal entangled in a web of corporate deceit, had stumbled upon secrets that were never meant to see the light of day. Her meticulous nature, her unwavering dedication to uncovering the truth, had led her down a path fraught with danger. The room whispered of her presence, of a struggle unseen, of a battle fought in silence. The faint scent of a chemical lingered in the air, a reminder of the darkness that had seeped into the very foundation of the house. The landlord, a figure of unease in the doorway, spoke of checks and precautions taken before the house was offered for rent. But the locked door, the hidden notebook, spoke of a story left untold, waiting for someone to listen. Through the lens of time, Elise's world unfolded, a world of numbers skewed, of documents altered, of a truth waiting to be uncovered. The photographs captured her essence, a woman of strength and conviction, a warrior in a world where shadows lurked in every corner. The investigation led to a hidden cache, a flash drive, a key, a gateway to a realm of secrets buried deep within the heart of the city. The documents revealed a web of deceit, a tapestry of lies woven by those who sought to profit at the expense of others' lives. As the truth emerged from the shadows, justice began to take shape, a shapeless form, coalescing into a beacon of hope for those who had been wronged. The courtroom became a stage for redemption, a place where the voices of the silenced found resonance. The house, once a silent witness to a tragedy, now stood as a monument to the power of truth. The light that flickered in the upstairs window became a beacon of remembrance, a reminder of a life lost but not forgotten. In the stillness of the night, as the world drifted into slumber, the house stood as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. And in its emptiness, in its silent echoes of the past, a story unfolded, a story of justice served, of truth revealed, of a young woman whose legacy would endure for eternity. Story 27. The vintage Polaroid, a relic from decades past, captured a scene of a birthday celebration long faded from memory. Faces frozen in joy, candles flickering softly, a typical snapshot of happiness. Yet as the daughter sifted through the box of old photographs left behind by her late mother, she noticed something unsettling. A vague shape lingered in the background of each picture, just beyond the group of smiling faces. A man, shrouded in darkness, stood on the fringes of the candlelight. He did not belong to the family depicted in the images. No one could recall his presence at any of those gatherings, and yet, with each passing photo, he seemed to draw nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while sorting through her mother's attic after the funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories held a treasure trove of faded snapshots capturing moments of joy and togetherness from her childhood. What should have brought comfort and nostalgia instead unleashed a haunting mystery. In the first photograph, the mysterious figure was barely discernible, a shadowy silhouette lingering at the edge of her 7th birthday party frame. By the next photo, he had moved closer, now inside the room, and in the following image, he stood ominously behind her uncle, unnoticed by anyone else in the picture. Shaken by this discovery, Sarah reached out to her father, her voice quivering as she described the enigmatic man lurking in the background of every photograph. His response was a stunned silence, followed by a sharp inhale. "Who is this man, Dad?" she pressed, Why is he in all these pictures? Her father's voice trembled as he denied any knowledge of the mysterious figure, insisting that only family members should appear in those cherished memories. Seeking answers, Sarah took digital photos of the Polaroids and shared them with her father. His subsequent call revealed a deep sense of unease as he struggled to comprehend the inexplicable presence of the stranger in the family photographs. Detective Marcus Reed attentively listened as Sarah laid out the eerie progression of photos on his desk at the precinct. Rain pattered against the windows, casting dancing shadows over the evidence spread before them. With a weathered hand, the detective meticulously examined each photograph, his gaze sharpening with intrigue. "And no one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his voice calm yet laced with curiosity. "No one," Sarah confirmed, arranging the photos in chronological order. As the detective studied the sequence, a chilling realization began to take shape before their eyes. The shadowy figure seemed to navigate purposefully through the gatherings, drawing closer to the unsuspecting children with each snapshot. In the final photograph, he loomed directly behind Sarah's youthful self, a ghostly hand extending towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame's edge. Suggesting the possibility of the photographer's involvement, Detective Reed's skepticism was evident. "My mother took all these photos herself," Sarah clarified. "She set the timer and joined the family in the frame." Launching an investigation, the detective meticulously interviewed surviving attendees from the party, only to find that none of them remembered the mysterious man. No hired servers, no visiting neighbors, and a remote countryside location chosen for privacy, all factors that deepened the enigma. Facial recognition technology proved futile, as the figure remained strategically obscured in every image, as if aware of the camera's gaze. Yet a sense of practiced intent lingered in his posture, a deliberate presence unnoticed until now. The inquiry might have hit a dead end if Sarah had not unearthed additional photos from other family albums. Different occasions, different years, yet the same shadowy figure lingering in the background, unnoticed by all. With the aid of a computer specialist, the images were enhanced, revealing hidden details under the harsh glare of digital scrutiny. A scar on the wrist, a distinctive ring, a faint reflection in a window unveiling features previously cloaked in shadow. A breakthrough emerged from dental records, linking the obscured figure to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had vanished after being linked to unsolved child abductions in the region. Cases that had long gone cold were suddenly reignited, coinciding with the dates of the captured family gatherings. Keller had access to master keys for numerous rental properties, including the very location of Sarah's haunting birthday celebration. As authorities excavated beneath the foundation of Keller's former residence, they unearthed chilling artifacts: a hair clip matching a missing girl's description, a toy car belonging to a vanished boy, and a bracelet that Sarah recognized as her own, long thought lost in childhood. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the unsettling photos that had unveiled decades-old horrors, Sarah received a call from the detective with grim news. Remains discovered near one of the vacation properties had been identified through DNA as one of the missing children. Gazing at the final birthday photo, she saw her family frozen in time, bathed in the warm glow of celebration. And there, behind her younger self, partially obscured by shadow but undeniably present, the figure lingered, watchful, calculating, invisible to the joyous moment captured in that frozen frame. The revelation connected long-dormant cases, providing closure for grieving families, though the truth they uncovered was a bitter pill to swallow. The shadow in the family photos had finally been exposed to the light of justice, his presence acknowledged after years of concealed malevolence. Gently placing the photos back in their box, Sarah realized that some dangers lurk unseen in plain sight, moving through moments of celebration unnoticed, leaving only faint traces in the stillness of time.